granted. At some point, he will check you. He will make sure you understand that you're messing with the God of the universe. Don't be out here like Israel, who had to stay in the de-
See, when like right now, I'm gonna get into like my logic that I'm about to create, but I just want to talk in chat as far as like with God and everything, because with her speaking this and you testing the patience of God is something I feel like I have been doing a lot, and I've been praying for God to just use me more and to allow me more, but I also feel like it's Satan. You know, I feel like it's Satan constantly trying to make me feel like I'm behind, I'm less than, I'm not doing enough, I'm not, and to the point where I burn out in my brain and my thoughts, and you know it all starts in the mind, right? As soon as you burn out in your brain, like man, you know what? I haven't. It's like I've been doing this. I'm lazy. I ain't. So and so forth. All this is to say what you ain't, what you can't, what you won't. You know. And so it's really, I like to speak on God because it's really the core motivation of humanity. You know, we're all looking to excel and grow together at that has been the basis together. Uh, Unfortunately, there have been religious wars, wars in general over resources or ideas that could really been solved with communication. But since people are lacking very key communication and they're still like little children emotionally, I feel like that's why the world is in a bad place, because a lot of people call themselves adults, right? But they don't really know the true term of an adult, because I feel like the difference between an adult and a child is an adult knows when to take himself out the picture and look at the bigger picture and be like, okay, it's not about me, it's about coming together and having communion and everybody doing it together, you know, or if you're just a lone wolf, you know, because I'm trying to get it both aspects. I'm trying to prosper and build so I can help other people, or I can help myself, which in turn will help other people. But it's just, and with the child, it's like it's me, it's mine. You have affected me, you hurt me. You know, it's like you're not really aware of that person or yourself. You only are aware of it. You know, and that just goes into relationships and knowing who you're talking to, right? And I have to disclaim it. I have to disclaim this because it seems like every time when you are speaking something positive, or it seems like you have some type of wisdom or intellect about yourself, people want to deter you or destroy you because they want to see what are you really working with. What are the tools in your mind? And instead of coming and help, I mean, which some do. Don't get me wrong, because I'm really talking about a group. Because it is groups that get on here like, bro, you're gonna be the, kind of getting off topic right now, but you're gonna be the next Kai Sin, or you're gonna do this, or let's talk about even as relationships. Like, I love you for that. I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm sorry if I did it that way. Or you're able to put another person before you as being an adult, and like if you're still in this childlike state, it's kind of, I'm hurt and I don't care what anybody else thinks because I'm hurt right now, and so f you guys, yeah, that's just my hot take, man. I mean, of course I don't have it all figured out. I'm still learning. I'm 22 years old. Still got much more to learn. Much more patience to gain. Much insight to really have. Much more awareness to understand in myself. So I don't ever think I know it all. I just think I'm trying to get to know something, right? And I'm serious about my knowledge, my knowing, my understanding, and I have to disclaim this stuff for people because I have to dismantle an ego that it seems like I might be betraying, like I'm better than somebody, because you will go around people and they say, oh, you think you're better because you do this, or you think you're better because you do that, or because you talk like this, and really it's stemming from a place of envy or jealousy, or You know, even trying to make you feel bad about yourself. And connecting that to like talking about the religion and the wars and how people can communicate is part of the reasons, because you have to know how to communicate out of a toxic situation. You got to know how to defend yourself also. And so that's part of growing up too, because you know, growing up you realize that people haven't really grown up, and the world is just a place, a playground built on capitalistic money and ideas, and who has the best that, who has the best this, and it's crazy, you know. And I feel like the only way to truly make a difference in that is to have people more aware, you know, to have people more understanding of themselves and of God. Because if people truly have empathy, or if they truly have knowledge, or you know, they will try to actually be building a proper life for the children that have to grow up. Because like, look how easy it is for us now. Look how I'm just talking to you now. Like, do this back in the 1800s, they think you doing witchcraft. Like, yeah, pull up a mirror to them and show my face. I'm all the way across the world. That's insane. But all this stuff came from the backs of them, and for them to get past their struggles and their ideas to grow and for us to get here. Not saying that the process of that was all correct, but I'm glad I'm here. So now it's time to see what I can do as my chapter of life. As Jalen is here on this earth, what can I do to make this change? And so I think game development for me is very big, because I love games. I love playing games, and games is one of the things that saved me from a lot of chaos, a lot of just a lot of things. It was my safe place to go to. It's like therapy. But you know, if things don't come with balance, you do it too much, it become harmful. So I want to create games to create a safe space for people, but also something that can teach people, something that can also, and not in a sense of teaching people like it's like I'm just drilling information like this is a course, but in a sense of like, if I want to be better, I'm gonna have to think like this. I'm gonna have to think like that. Like, I'm trying to make a very strategic game, but it's not that hard. You get what I mean? And it's competitive, and it's also social, right? And the problem I see with games today, I see that most games are really copy and pasted, or they lack passion to them, or they really lack genuine ideas. Um, you know, um, I think I'm probably yapping on that point because it's a lot of games I haven't played. It's a lot of indie developers I haven't really games I touched on. But I feel like the mainstream games, like the games that we play today, it's cool. Like, you know, we got a cool game called Power World to come out. We got Smite. We got all these different aspects of games, but it ain't nothing that's really attracting these millions and millions of people. Like, I'm trying to have the biggest game. Like, this game is going to change gaming history, right? This game is going to change the way we even view games. And the fact that I want to make this game so good that I don't even want to call it a game. I want to call it like mindset growing simulator or something like that. And you play it and you develop mindsets by finding new objects and grinding loot, and you're working towards, you know. So with all that being said, I'm gonna have to build my logic, and I'm gonna have to show you guys what I'm talking about. It's very hard at times because, like I said, keeping motivation, especially believing in yourself, is the battle of it all. You know, it's the battle of it all. Believing in yourself, believing that, having faith. You know, but yeah, I'm gonna finish this video and then we're gonna go to some Unreal Logic.
Desert, decades more than they ever should have. When all they had to do was behave the first time. Don't make God have to check you. Don't wait for his wrath to be at your doorstep for you to finally want to act right. There was actually a story that I heard quite some time ago that has really stuck with me. And story wasn't from some inspirational YouTube channel. It wasn't from a YouTube video. It was the story that a commenter left on a video that was talking about learning how to have some self-control about yourself. And I'm going to share this story with you. I'm not going to import a screenshot, but
Self-control is the biggest thing we should have.
I'll give you the gist of
Self-control.
what happened.
Over the tongue,
There
over
was
the
a
mouth,
man
over the
who
thoughts.
was
Self-control.
driving home one day, and something happened at a red light. I believe that he stopped. He slowed down too soon. Like, he could have made it past the light, but he was driving slow, so he didn't make it past the light.
I got my glass
And the
cleaners.
guy who was behind him was upset at this fact, so he got
It's
out of
dirty
his
though.
car and slapped the guy's window. He didn't break
I was
it.
literally
He
looking
just
for this.
slapped the guy's window and started like arguing with him. And the dude inside of the car, who's the person making the comment, he sees the light turn green, but he's so upset he's not even, it's not really even what he's focused on. He gets out of the car and he pushes the guy who slapped his window to the ground. Pushed him. The dude hit his head and suffered some sort of injury, where he was in the hospital. That dude, the man who pushed the guy who slapped his window, the commenter, ended up going to jail for 7 years. He missed his mother's passing, her last few moments, and I believe he also said that he missed the
I'm so sorry, bro. Hold on. This stuff is.
all he had to do was push the gas and keep on driving. And he wouldn't have lost 7 years of his life. Some of the biggest moments in his life he missed. Being present. The birth of a child and the loss of a loved one. I remember reading that comment and thinking to myself,
Okay.
you could be one bad decision away. That's what it takes. So stop building up habits that go against God's will. Giving in to your anger continuously and saying, I'll be better next time. If you're walking in God's law, if you're doing what it is that God's calling you to do, then you don't have to worry about whether or not the outcome is going to be positive, because it will always be positive. If you're doing what God is calling you to do in that situation, even if it has negative effects on this earth, it will always be good in the end. You will always have done the right thing. Listen, I'm not telling anybody to walk around here fearful of making the wrong decision, making the wrong step. No. No, 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 no.
What she talking about? Stop playing with God. That's the biggest thing. I feel like even this right here. I'm sorry, but I got to. This is playing with God. This is playing with God. But I ask God on these decisions that I make before I do them. I really do, and I ask Him, God, is this okay? Can I do this? And He's like, yeah. And I'm like, God, I don't know if you're really speaking to me or not. And I'm like, you're like, yeah, man, go ahead, bro, do your thing. And I'm like, and I still ask, like, God, please, I don't wanna offend you, but it's like I need this, right? And I done this with corn. I done this with drugs. I done this with women. And I ask God. I ask God in everything I do. I'm like, God. It's like, man. It's like, man, I'm trying to let go. I'm trying to let go. God, help me let go. And it gets to a point where God, he takes away your urges. He makes you come back. You look disgusted at it. But it's times where the devil will tempt you again. Like, you will look at your vomit, and somehow he attempts you with your vomit again. And that's because you fall back into your old mind. You fall back into your old habits of thinking. Once you start thinking that way again, then you start to act that way again. And so it's all starts in the mind. This is why you must repent. And repentance means the change of mind, change of heart. You must change the way you think, change the way you perceive the world. And so don't be scared to make a mistake, but be cautious not to keep making the same mistake, because there's a point where God will turn you to a reprobate mind, and you can be free from that reprobate mind if you love God, you love Jesus. If you have faith, and because that's what God sent Jesus for. That's what He sent His Son for, to make pathways in the desert, to make pathways in the forest, in the snow. Everywhere we go, there's a pathway back to God. This is what Jesus has died for us. So when people, this is why I don't like when people speak a doctrine of, okay, you're not gonna make it, you ain't gonna. It's like a negative aspect of what God message is, and honestly, some people need to hear that, bro. They do need to hear that negative message, not because they need to be scared. Because people don't, fear is good when it protects you. Now, if you are just like this iron child who's just going out into the world, don't give a fuck about any consequences or anything, or even about yourself, that is when you really, God, He's going to really come at you in ways that you never thought of. Like, He can come through love, He can come through emotions, He can come through addictions, He can come through something. He's going to break you down some way to make you humble yourself before God, because He wants us all to love Him and do it on our time. But He is going to send things to break you down. And you don't necessarily even have to be doing anything bad, to get tested like this. Because even Job has got tested. Like, man, he got broken down and he thought he was the most righteous man, and God had to humble him, and I kind of forget in what ways He humbled him and why he needs to be humbled. I need to do more research, but I feel like Job, he was convicting himself. He was being self-righteous. And a thing that me and my grandmother talk about is also, he didn't really have faith, like when stuff started happening to him, he started questioning God, but he didn't get mad at God, but he started to question, like, God, why? Like, am I sleeping? Like, am I looking at my other neighbor's wife? I'm trying to think of all the things he said. Have I raised my arm up against the innocent? Have I deceived anybody in any way? And he was asking, like, God, why am I going through all of this? Why am I suffering? And so necessarily, you don't even have to be a bad person to go through stuff, and that's just what it is. But when you do go through stuff, you have an opportunity to shine even brighter. You have an opportunity to love God even more. You have an opportunity to understand God even more. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful once you can recognize how He's speaking to you, and to really listen to God. It's nothing like that. It comes. It's beautiful, but I mean, it's times where I look at myself and I look at the love of God, and I don't want to disappoint Him. And I'm sorry for saying Him. I really shouldn't prescribe God a gender role, because He made gender. But I really don't want to disappoint God. I really don't want to disappoint my family or other people in that nature. I want to do the things I said. I want to be here, and I want to provide, and I want to live a good life, happy and joyous, and spreading smiles and making people laugh. You know,
I'm telling you, fear God.
fear God. Amen.
Make decisions. Live life.
And out of that fear of God is love of God. To fear God, you have to love God, and the fear comes in knowing that I don't want to lose this love that God has for me. I don't want to lose this opportunity, this awareness. I don't want to lose it, and that's really where the fear comes in at, because you can be the worst person, you can be the worst of the worst, and God, He will still come to you and say, it's okay, I got you, walk with me, talk with me, love me, understand me. You can be the worst of the worst, bro. Like, I just read, it rains both on the wicked and the righteous. It doesn't matter, you know. We all still, when it rains, you know. So, just because the rain fell off the sky today, it's raining, doesn't mean that everybody in this area is a bad person. You get what I mean? It's just, man, we gotta have compassion for one another, truly, because God said, love your enemies, love the wicked. Don't sit there and try to pass, you know. Don't sit there and try to feel like you're better than them or they're better than you. You know, just love them. Love them who they are, because we all go through things, no matter if we're wicked or righteous. We go through stuff, and when we go through stuff, we are looking for that communication, that companionship, that just to be around people, because truth, we all are suffering from being alone. We all still feel alone. Feel like nobody really understands us in the inside. And the only person who truly is going to understand you is God. So yes, you must fear God, and to fear God, you must love Him. So,
But with God. Have your decisions and your actions be rooted in Christ, and live a life that is rooted in Christ. And don't play in God's face, because the consequences are almost always unexpected and the worse than what you could have imagined. You don't know what God's last straw could be. And yeah, I think that's everything. So as per usual, I am not going to do all that. But
that was a beautiful, beautiful video. Thank you, Smiley folks. Thank you so much for that. Now we're gonna get into Unreal Logic. You know, I have one on my rant. But now you about to get into it. So last time, I I was creating logic for homing projectiles. So this is what we got so far. Now my problem with this projectile is, let's stop it. It's okay. It's supposed to follow the character, and it's like it's going in ellipticals, right? And when I think about this, like, why is it doing that? I could think about the multiplication and math of the targeting system, but I'm gonna have to go and ask people for help for this, because I don't know why it's not homing like that, you know? And the only way I'm gonna get better, bro, is by asking people. So let's go into this Discord, see if we can get some help, because let's create logic in this game. let's go to Unreal Source. See if we can get some help in here.
The layers and stuff. So what you can do is saying, hey, I want this to stream in at this certain range. But when it comes to your landscapes, you're just going to have crap popping in and popping out like crazy. And the things behind you are always going to be loaded in because it doesn't load in the visual range, which sucks. I wish it was a cone. It loads in a cone view so that you can just load everything and have nothing loaded in behind you. Now, also, you don't want to do that because certain actors, you don't want them to just spawn in and spawn out and whatnot because it like literally unloads and then loads them in. So you could encounter other issues with if it has like connections to the story or connections to certain things and it requires this actor here, to there, to that for everything to work. So World Partition has issues. But Nanite works great.
Hello. Can anybody help me fix the homing mechanism?
Homing mechanism.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a homing projectile and it's not following the character. Like it's going ellipticals around my character.
I'm gonna have to be making that soon, anyways. But I've never done it before. But I'm thinking about the logic behind it.
Well, I don't know if because I made like a target variable and I don't know if the math in the target variable is correct. Like to follow the player.
Well, how I figure this stuff out is that I do a simple Google search. How to create a bow, how to have archery or something like in Unreal Engine 5, and they'll put up because they're going to have to create a arrow and a target and bullet and whatnot. Or you can even do that with guns. It's same thing. Plays animation, fires projectile. I think there's literal projectile nodes in blueprints.
See, I'm pretty new. I'm trying to like. I got the basis of the logic. It's just I'm following tutorial and
right.
I got lost somehow because it's not it's not following the character like what his is doing, and I spent like 3 hours on a 40-minute tutorial trying to figure this out.
Let's see, I think. No, I'm just. Yeah, add projectile movement. Yeah, they have projectile nodes already. So it already has it built in, so it should be simple enough to add projectiles.
Oh. Yeah, see, like, yeah, I got it added. It's just that it's not following
following the character. It's not going to the character?
It's going to the character, but when I move it, it's not following him.
Follow? When you move it?
Yeah.
It's not following him?
Yeah.
What do you mean follow?
Like,
are you trying to make a magic spell?
Yeah, yeah, magic spell.
There's a homing feature on the projectile.
Homing. Yeah, homing. Yeah.
There's a little tick box that says is homing projectile.
Okay.
gonna have like epic boss fights. So what's the distance here? So okay, now he's attacking. Okay. So what distance? So it's about there. Okay, I mean that's reasonable. Maybe 350.
Okay, so I got the base class of the projectile, and the child class of it is like I have the in projectile settings. I have it like instant edible. So the is homie is like I can switch it on and off from the details.
Hmm.
And it's okay. I'm gonna just look it up. It's not doing it. It's not doing what I need to do.
Spamming his attacks. I mean, I could add a delay, but there's probably better way to do it. Well, maybe delay
Not
0.5. Never add delays into your event tick, boys.
Idiot.
Oh wait, no, I gotta do it afterwards. Afterwards. Um. No, he's spamming it now, so the delay is not working. Stop. The delay doesn't work there, apparently. Well, if I add it...
Is homing projectile to true as well. Tidy this up.
He's still wanting to do it. Think about that. Different thing. Figure that out. I don't even need to use them. Yeah, this worked. Yeah, because you're just getting that and then target that. Yeah, that worked. It's equal. The distance. Hmm.
What are you doing, Bill's gonna?
What am I doing?
Yeah, why are you back into this?
Back into this?
Yeah, why are you fixing this?
Oh, because I asked a question on a forum post for the tutorial and said I needed help, so now I'm taking a picture of the changes and whatnot and sending it their way.
Oh, word. Because it was not working the other day.
No, it works. It works. We did it.
Well, yeah, the new way works. I don't know what the hell thing they were doing.
Well, it worked
so-
on their end.
Yes, I don't know.
So-
So that get player character node, you might want to make it a get player pawn in case you ever change your thing to not a character.
I mean, it should be a character, I believe.
Okay, that's cool then. That'll always work.
Yeah. Because, yeah.
Maybe rename that new variable node to distance or whatever. Or
Potato.
range. Attack
Potato.
range.
No one's gonna know. Why is it potato? There we go. Distance. There we go. 350. So that worked. Okay. Yeah. I was just updating my question that I did on the whatnot, notifying them that I fixed it because they're probably confused out of their minds. Why isn't it working?
Tutorial was that?
Wait, do you see this? It's 0 again. Why is it 0 again?
Are you playing the game?
Here.
Who is
Step
this?
into Wix Studio,
Wing Tex?
the web
Wing
platform
Fox.
for agencies and
Yeah,
enterprises.
it's actually
Let's actually create
it's
it.
a China. This guy right here. It's like a Udemy, but it's more. It's a different place. But this guy is he's a Chinese dude. But Wing Fox gets tons of tutorials and whatnot, and they actively translate them for you. So they'll
Right,
translate everything, and so because well, think about it. There are so many things that we'll find issues with, and we'll type it like it in English or in our own language. We're like, where the heck is it? But people have done it and had that issue in completely other different languages and other guides and all sorts of things. And so I actually like these guys that they're actively translating things, because there's so many people out there with all sorts of knowledge that we don't have and whatnot. So
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So I would suggest you go through the Unreal Learning material at learn.unreal,
Yes,
Yes,
I know.
but you haven't yet.
Not all of it. I've started on here and there. I've done all the stuff. I know all the basic UI. I know where all this things are and whatnot. Like, yes, I mean, but I don't know
But
the
you've
way
done the
my
first
mind works.
1.5 minutes of it.
Right. But the way my mind works. Well, not the first 1 minute and a half. I'm talking about like my mind works where I focus on a specific thing, and I do a course on specific things so that I can drill that logic into my mind. And so doing all of these different things just and not actively just trying it out for myself and actively doing it and trying multiple different like AI right now, all I've been doing is AI and trying to figure out AI and then actively creating logic and doing stuff here and there. If I
What he's trying to say is he's a
like a
fuck with
dummy
it.
enemy for this.
yeah.
Like
So
me.
if I go here, I'm gonna create some blueprints
And
of
so yeah, I get the thing of going through the thing, but not everybody's mind works like, oh yeah, I gotta focus on one thing and drill it into my mind so that it stays in my mind.
And then that way you spend another month on something else, and when it comes time to make your second AI, you have to brush up on it all.
the first thing.
No,
Well,
no,
I mean,
okay.
that's only
is a
natural
blueprint
anyway.
class,
Another
so I
change.
call
Yeah.
it actor,
Yeah.
and call
Good
this
luck, dude.
BP projectile base.
Uh,
Now, why did I call it base? Because
That's
it's
why
gonna be
I
a
take
base
notes,
class.
though.
It's gonna be a
I get,
parent
like, my
class
notepad
for
out,
all
and then
the
I find
projectiles
issues,
to
and I'm
be
like,
paired from. So it's going to contain everything
have
that's
this issue.
common between every different type of
take
projectile.
pictures, do notes.
So first thing to
And then
do
I'll be
is-
on my
first thing to do is
Discord
see,
here, and I'll-
what's going to be common for all projectiles. So over
I'll
here
start
on the left in our components,
posting
let's add
videos,
a
and
box
sometimes I'll put like
collision.
the issues and whatnot when I'm like pushing forward on
yeah, just call it
you know, per
box
force.
collision.
Yeah.
Did I spell that right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Make sure to drag this onto your default scene
I'll
route
sometimes
so
like
that
put the
this collision is
quotation,
now your
encountering
new
this bug.
default,
Fix
route.
this bug.
Next thing we want to
Fix
add
this bug
is
by
a
doing
static
this.
mesh. Now, not all projectiles will need a mesh.
I'm
but
making
we can
sure
always
that I
disable
write
it in a
things
child,
down when
class.
things happen.
And we'll for now, let's add just a, I don't know, a sphere as our test mesh. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. Oh, and disable this. And we want our box extents to match our mesh or whatever we add here. So let me just change the perspective here to front. Go to our box collision and modify the extents so that they match perfectly with our sphere.
Oh, uploading
And
it to
let's
Steam
go
now.
over here to the left and edit that as well.
Dealing with some banking shit too.
Alright, so this looks nice. Now, for this to be a projectile, it has to move, of course. And what makes projectiles move is a component called projectile movements component. Now, this projectile movement component allows you to edit things like speed, gravity scale, bounciness, friction, and so on. For now, we just care about the initial speed, max speed, and gravity. So if I click simulate, what happens now is this just falls. And the reason this happens is because our gravity is set to 1. If I set gravity to 0, that means I'm disabling gravity. Now simulate, nothing happens because we don't have any speed. So let's add like a default speeds for both initial and max speed, 500. Now if I click simulation, it's moving. Great. I can also take this and put it into our world here.
Okay, there we go.
Now when I click play,
is there a face expand
it starts moving
tool
as well.
like in Blender? Or no?
But you'll notice that in the world it's hard to see which direction it's going to start moving in. So we can go back here and
I work
add
with Blender
a
as well.
Arrow. And this arrow is just something for the editor. It doesn't appear in game. And it's just used to tell you like which direction this is moving in. So yeah, here now it's a lot clearer.
No, not the deform. I'm talking about like you have your selection, and then you can expand your selection by face. So like it will select all the.
But yeah, you can see it moving.
To what you have selected.
Oh yeah, it's got like grow, shrink.
Grow, shrink. Okay, cool.
All right, so
largest track.
What else do we need for our projectile? Now maybe we want this default speed that we added and the gravity as well to be editable per instance. What does that mean? It means that if I have maybe 2 of these, maybe I want this one to go at 500, this one to go at 1,000, or different speeds. So let's add some variables that we can manipulate per instance. So over here on the left, let's add one variable called speed. That's going to be of type float. Let's add another variable called gravity. It's also going to be of type float. You can also limit the value of gravity to say between 0 and 1 here in this value range, and you can also put it here in the slider if you want it to be a slider.
You can just go to
now compile and save and add maybe a default value for speed. Now let's use these variables. Over here in the construction script, pull from our projectile movement and say set initial speed, and that's going to be our speed variable.
I'm about halfway, aren't we?
And we can also set max speed.
This big. I should have just
clean this up a
done
bit.
this when it was smaller, but it's a little easier to select faces when it's larger too. So
yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, 2/3.
Speed. What's really fun is when it decides to, you change the material and it decides to unselect everything.
The reason I still don't get why you do this in fucking Unreal versus like Blender, where you could just like double click and select all the way around.
Oh, I could just hold Alt and click the freaking line right here and select all the way around in Blender.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you do that?
But I'm not gonna, by the time you export and import and export and re-import,
I don't know if I agree with that, bro, but you know, you're getting your shit done, I guess. But like the export import is like you know, maybe 10 clicks all together with the exporting and importing, but like you just did like 7,000 clicks.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be? But I get your point. Sometimes it feels like it's probably easier to go to Blender, but I'm already here, so.
Okay.
I'm hoping they make some kind of some optimizations to the way you interact with Mesh, some shortcuts or something like Blender has.
I know they lost the modeling tools guy.
I fixed it.
Oh, Ryan.
No
what's
final.
his name?
Ryan Dunn.
Dunn wasn't the one that has the.
Ryan Dunn was the guy from Jackass.
Oh. I was gonna say I know that name ain't right. Like. It's Ryan something other.
He actually died. It's sad.
Huh?
He died, Ryan Dunn. Car accident. Sad.
Oh. Jackass guy. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And notice here that you have project here.
Place. Talking about GeoScript guys were saying no.
No.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. I think that'd make it nice looking.
Okay.
Space.
So the problem I had incurring. What's up, bro? Oh, bro, I pull chat over a little bit. What's up, my bro? I have to send a voice separately from the beat. I don't know how to make the wind wire. What do you mean? Hold on, let me call you real quick. Let me just call you, bro. I just call you. See if you answer.
What?
Of course, it's been 30 days, hasn't it?
As of yesterday, or as of today, actually.
So yeah, you should be getting it soon.
Did you just send it to you? They're just like, here you go. We sent it to you, bro. That would be great.
So when does 5.4 come out? Maybe what petition works then again? We need to know that.
World partition isn't broken.
It is.
No, it's not.
This game.
No, the fuck, it's not.
You're not ready.
Fire arrow. So I'm going to add also particle system. And call this trail.
I can't show you because it's NDA.
If y'all don't got arcade, y'all better get arcade. Arcade has the best samples in the game. It's about to be.
So right now, maybe I want this ice projectile to find the enemy's location and go to it. To do that, I'm going to first check in our begin play if we have a valid target. So I'm going to get target, right click, convert to validated get. So if the target is valid, we want to rotate.
Bro, I just want to check on so many people right now. Yo.
Yeah.
What up? Call and see what's up. I was thinking about you, see if you're doing okay. I can't hear you, by the way.
Hey, there we go. You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Cool. What is it? Yeah, I said some stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'm just making a
don't need these, so I'm gonna delete.
Collage of all my videos together in one, and then adding a couple other videos to make everything make sense. So I'm up to like almost a 14-minute video right now. It's probably gonna be around 15 minutes by the time I'm done.
What you making a video about?
It said the whole situation I've gone through. So.
Okay. Putting it all together. Okay.
Yeah. It's looking pretty good. I mean, I can sit there and watch it over and over and over again because I'm having to edit it. But what I'm getting at is it's not boring to sit there and watch it now because I got everything, trimmed down to where it needs to be, everything put together. So.
Mm-hmm. What you use to edit?
CapCut.
Nice. I was just gonna recommend that.
It's actually super good stuff.
Yep, it is.
I
gotta download it.
It's been looking good, man. It almost bugged on me, but I mean, it's solid though. I mean, it's been solid. It ain't bugged out on me, and it's kept all my stuff together, and the tools on it are real simple to use.
Mm-hmm.
So
very easy to get to.
Yeah. Like I said, it's very friendly. Even on my cell phone, bro, because I'm doing this whole thing on my damn cell phone. So.
Yes, sir. Getting them skills. So when it's time to be a boss, man.
Not that I want.
You know how to direct people.
It's not that I want to do it on my cell phone. It's just that my cell phone's stronger than my whole computer. So.
I felt that. Damn. Are you currently working? Can you like build a PC, buy one that's decent that can at least like edit stuff? Cause I know you can buy like at least a $200 one that can do the editing and stuff and like allow you to go on Discord and all that other stuff.
Nah, I ain't working or nothing. Like I said, I'm sick and broke, bro. Broken physically. I can sell my heavy equipment and stuff, but I've already gone over that with God multiple times, and all I'm gonna do if I sell my backhoe is I'm gonna use that money to fucking feed myself, and there's no real business I could essentially start, you know. All my time needs to be focused on what I'm doing right now, and that's why God's got me in this position. So
Okay.
because I wouldn't be, what's the point of knowing the secrets of the fucking world if you're just gonna go back into the world and act like you don't know shit? Because
Amen. Yeah. That's the truth, bro. We focus so much on what's the secret, what's that, what are they trying to do, and we ain't even focus on the main thing. That's true.
don't get it twisted, though. I mean, I fucking busted my ass to learn what I know now. So it's not that everyone is pretty much. I mean, realistically, obviously nobody's in my position because I'm me. But what I'm getting at is the story I've went through with me recording it and stuff. Like I said, I'm nobody special, and this has happened to many other people. But God's got something set up for me to accomplish here for His glory. You know, it's not, none of this shit's for me. All I need is food and water, and I'm good. I've drove fast cars. I've been in multi-million-dollar homes. I've had keys to all that shit. I've owned some of that shit.
You're not even 30 yet, are you?
Nah, I was 27 now, but I was a millionaire in 2020.
Really? Wow. How was that like? How was being a millionaire like?
Just the same as being a normal person, you know. If you know what you're doing, if you're gonna waste all your money and be an idiot, then you'll be poor real quick. But you'd have never got the money to begin with, for the most part, unless it was easy given to you by a kosher job or something. But basically, the big secret, I mean, you just live normal, bro. It's just a bigger number in your fucking bank account. And that's why I tell you guys, like, transportation's A to B. Don't go buy yourself a $70,000, $80,000 damn car. A $3,000 car will get you and do the exact same shit an $80,000 car will do for less money and perform the same exact function. So
be smart, yeah. See, one thing I be imagining, like, okay, I get millions of money. I just imagine, like, I'm gonna try to get in all these parties. I'm gonna try to go flex. My mindset gonna be different. I'm gonna become one with the world.
Yeah, like I said, it depends on how you earn your money. If you're some actor, some football player, you might have that mindset. But if you bust your damn balls for every dollar you got, you're just gonna keep working, and because there's more joy in building structures and changing land and, you know, producing something physical that you can look at. You're driving by down the dang road, there's 50 houses you damn built right there. That's way more fun than any party you're gonna have. And for me, I'm a little bit too deep. Like I said, my work ethic's ridiculous. So, but I kind of took a little bit too much pride in my work instead of realizing that God was giving me that ability to do that stuff.
Amen. And I kind of touched that up with my grandma yesterday about Jonah, and when he went to go preach to Nineveh, and he wanted them to burn, you know, but he went to go do what God said to do, and he actually saved those people. But at the same time, it was like he was too relying on his vision of them people burning, and he just wanted so much for them people to just suffer because they were so wicked. and it was like when he went to Washington to sit back in Washington, it was like a vine grew. I forgot how you pronounce it in the Bible, but something grew over his head to protect him from the sun so he can watch it. And I guess the next night the worm came and ate it. And it's like how God shows like you need to rely on him more than like whatever he's given us. And that's even like I discernment. Because I realized that like I discern the spirits, I discern what they're doing, but I'm relying too much on, and I'm not having enough faith that God can change it around, you know? It's like I'm trying to have faith on my discernment, you know, because God gave me the discernment, but I'm not having faith with God.
Yeah, you can use your gifts and stuff too much.
Mm-hmm.
You can look to them more than you look to God on accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, but you're pretty young, you know? Like when I talk to you, I feel like you're about 30, 36, you know? But you're pretty young still.
Yeah, I've been speaking to people before. I'm younger than them, obviously, most of the time. And be having a high level conversation and stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh wow, you're telling me all this stuff, and this is real intelligent." And blah blah. I had this one dude. We're chatting it up, and we're, having this smart conversation. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's super smart, and this and that." And that. Well, how old are you? I'm like, I think I was 26 at the time. Like, I'm 26. He's like, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Never mind." Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Oh well."
Yep.
That's obviously. That's his perspective that has caused him an issue to not learn from the situation that we had. But, I was way past that at that point. I already knew that as soon as he did. I was like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Because he went to college. He went to college and all that stuff. And he's like, dang, you must have went to university and blah, 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 and all this and all that. I'm like, nope. But I mean, I've been around a bunch of smart people, and I applied myself early on in life and went out there and was always hanging around my elders. And I'm talking, people much, much fifth, double my age and then older for basically most, and yeah, just like I said, applying myself, hanging around people, not giving up, and just kicking ass, man. Trying to.
Hey. It's pretty much the same. Getting that wisdom. It's just when I think about life in general, I'm like, man, all this stuff just don't matter. And I personally like, and it's not like in a nihilistic view, but it's like, well, God, he gonna come and make it new anyway. So it's just best to do the best that God tells you to do. You don't care about what other people think.
Being able to discern what God's telling you and what you're thinking can also be
it's a battle. It's really, yeah. I swear, because yesterday I was like, God, man, I really don't want to smoke. I really don't want to like get this vape again. But he's like, man, go ahead, bro. I got you. Believe in me. Have faith in me. And I'm asking again, God, no, I can't. Have faith in me. And I was like, I'll go ahead and get it. And I'm like, cool. I'm kind of happy I got it. Calm my nerves down. But I hate the fact that I needed to calm my nerves down or to rely on it for anything, you know?
You don't need it to calm your nerves down. It's just that, part of that was you needing to realize that it doesn't matter what you do. God's still just as there for you as he has always been, just because you can get a little bit of punishment or whatever. The Bible talks about all that crap. But at the end of the day, God already died and gave his son for us and stuff. So
yeah,
that's why it's free grace and his eternal forgiveness. Not free grace in the way that they're saying you can keep sinning, but it's the forgiveness is always there.
Cause I'll be thinking about the love and the love of God, and He'll be with you no matter where you are. Like even in hell, He'll still love you. And I just be like, God, I don't want to be in hell, and you love me. I want to do what you say, you know. And it's like I don't want to sit here and compromise all the time about what I'm doing. I gotta compromise for that, compromise for this.
Well, I mean, like I said, you need to really tie down on the things that you know that you need or that you can accomplish now. Like I said, getting into running, getting yourself motivated, and all that stuff's super important.
I guess the lesson he's teaching me is self-control, though, because it's like it doesn't matter if the drug is there. You need to know when to say no to it or when to pick it up. And I guess that's the biggest thing, though, self-control.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have self-control so you're not, you know, on the fence, two masters kind of thing.
Yeah. Smoke your
but I mean, it's super big and super complex, man, because there's multiple lessons to be learned at one time, and it really just depends on how fast you want to take it, bro. Because you know you're supposed to live a certain way and do certain things, and you can start working in the smaller areas that you know you can function in to begin to get yourself closer to where you need to be.
Amen. I can't stay worried
because you know damn well, you can sit here and fuck around about smoking weed and shit, but you can also get your ass up and go run a damn mile down the road because it's healthy for you. It's going to build your body, and you got to have part of that mentality of, you know, I don't have an excuse. My body's fit. I'm young. I'm healthy. My fucking lungs hurt when I go out there and run that first mile for the first 3 or 4 days. That's my damn fault. And then you're not going to want to you're not going to want to smoke weed because it's hurting your damn lungs, and you're trying to improve your body, and you'll quit like nothing. So that'll increase your mental ability. It'll increase your physical ability. It'll increase your spiritual ability, because it says that running is like meditation and prayer. Like when they do a brain scan on you, like it's producing the same result as praying, as meditating. So I don't meditate. Some people do, whatever, but prayer, you know, it activates the same brain function as prayer. So
amen. And it's just one of the things about running. It's this neighborhood, and it's like, man, you running so people can look at you, and that's the biggest thing. But I already know about that. I can't care what they think, but it's like,
someone might get in your way or something, but you know that God's got you. And you know, someone gives you too much of an issue, just keep jogging along. You're going to be way more physically fit than they are in about a week. Probably already are way more physically fit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this dude just wants to bitch at me. Well, I'm out here doing a run. Sorry, I got work to do, buddy. I'll keep on running. See ya.
Yeah.
You are who you are. You're born who you're born as. You didn't get to pick who you are. You know, if you were born retarded or physically disabled or some shit, you know, are you going to be like, oh, well, people are calling me ugly? No. You were born that way. There's nothing you can do about the situation you're in. And it's still the same for how you are now. You can't, you know, people can sit there and fuck with you and call you ugly, but at the end of the day, they're not showing you love. And you can just go, all right, on to the next one. See you later. Or, you know, when you get intelligent enough, start being able to speak to those people with a calm, level head when they like, oh, fuck your mom. It's like, what's wrong with you, brother? Are you all right? How's it going today? Like,
why you gotta say that?
All right. It's just in the timing though, and I've done that before where people come at me super sideways and just like, you good, man? Like, just flip them. Which, like I said, that's all in timing, because everything can go good, everything can go bad. But yeah, like I said, man, start with the building blocks in the small areas and just start. Dude, it won't take long. It just seems like a long time because you haven't done it before. But if my body was healthy, I'd already. That's what I'm saying. I'm in the very specific situation I'm in because I wouldn't be dealing with this shit if I wasn't stuck in it.
I feel that.
I know how to flip cars. I know how to make businesses. I know how to employ and work people. I know how to run the damn stock market. I know how to do sales. I can pretty much do a lot of everything. So, not that it matters, but I'm just saying that's why I understand all this stuff.
Will you be healed soon? Like
eventually, yeah. Once I get this story out and stuff, get some money in my pocket so I can buy some medicine. And once Elon Musk starts 3D printing bones, unless God wants to do it, I mean, God can heal me too. If it just depends on how he wants it done, either on his timing or doing it through accomplishing something. So we'll see. But yeah, Elon Musk will probably 3D print me a damn collarbone, and I'll get that son of a gun put back in, and my body will be back to normal for the most part, for me to be able to work again and stuff. Which once I get my mental energy back from getting rid of the parasite, then I mean that'll be able to. I'll still have the YouTube thing going and stuff. So there'll be mental tasks I can take on and stuff. But once I get my arm fixed, I'll be back in the field, cutting trees, doing all that stuff.
Nice. It's kind of hard because I heard stories of miracle healing. Especially, I have this friend who used to wrestle, and he kind of like threw his shoulder out of place, and it used to bother him a lot. And he went and got healed by some miracle healers and got prayed over, and he said the pain went away. And that's one of the things I'd be like, is that stuff true? Like, can God really come and heal people pain? Because I think the same thing, especially like with my grandpa. He's also going through some pain in his spinal cord and his hips, and I'm like, is it possible, that God give you power to heal people like that? And Jesus said it's possible. Jesus said we are like him. So I be thinking, like, when do you actually hit that point to like you can start doing that and helping people out like that get parasites?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't taken my medicine in a couple months, and I've been praying off the pain and stuff like that. And I've been healed, not fully or whatever, but where pain's left and stuff like that. And yeah, that stuff's real. That's what I'm saying. I mean, God could just literally just take all this metal and shit out of my arm. I could blink and have my damn normal collarbone back. Same thing with the parasite thing too, but at the same time, God can also just give you the opportunity for that to occur.
And what type of position you have to put yourself in is like, because it has to be like a step on faith. The whole party has to have faith, and it's like,
yeah, I mean, I haven't personally seen like super crazy stuff, but I've seen some like normal stuff, and I'm sure with like a large group of people you could do some pretty incredible things, and I've heard some stories about stuff like that.
We gotta try it one day. Seriously.
Oh, well, that's kind of the other thing I'm doing is trying to figure out exactly how the Bible's working and how it's telling us to use what it's got, and then apply it so that we can do what God needs us to do more than what we're doing now. So, not that now isn't working, it's just that we can have more. It's not about more, it's just about having an environment where people can come to God instead of being born into a secular world where it's a bunch of shit.
I think something deeply like this going on right now, it's a lot of fight amongst the the children of God because of the church. I'm not sure, or their own beliefs. But I was reading Ezra, and he was coming to restore people communion with each other, and coming to restore the law, the Torah. And you have to build that community again for it, for it to actually have a beating heart, I guess, to actually become to life. And I feel like right now it's like the body part is all separate, but now it just needs to be put back together. And God is gonna do what He said He's gonna do, which is separate the wicked from the righteous, and He will be back on earth and build His kingdom. But it steps to that, and it's through communion and communication. And a lot of people need to learn proper communication, and also not to take stuff so personal, because it's the spirits and principalities that we're going against. It's not the flesh.
Yeah, Ephesians 6:12.
And sometimes that be the hardest thing, because I might look at my brother or something, like, man, my brother but I gotta see past him and look at the spirit, and that'd be really hard sometimes.
Well, what you're actually trying to do is, well, what's actually happening when you're at the state that I'm at is you're seeing where they're operating in the two masters and identifying the poor behavior from the good behavior. And then what you're trying to do is reinforce the good behavior. And, it comes pretty easy for me to be able to do it. But that's essentially what's happening. It's kind of like working with a dog and stuff. You can tell certain shit that they respond to and certain stuff that they don't, and certain things that produce bad behavior and good behavior. Dogs are really smart if you know how to train them.
Yeah. You gotta teach them to be aware. Same thing with human beings. You gotta teach them to be aware so they can do more. So you're saying basically, like, I'm looking at the two masters and I'm trying to downplay the other and justify the good?
Yeah, because you're not supposed to have judgment, and that basically means, like, you going up to him and being like, hey, you're acting like a little fuck, quit. That's not going to work with a kid. You got to go up to him. It's not going to work usually with an adult. I mean, it'd work. Someone could say that to me and it would work because it's not going to bother me. But anyway, what you got to do is just, like I said, find where he's giving you positive reception and focus on having a good time, and that will build him up. And there's many things to consider as well too. Hard ADHD and stuff like that, hyperactive kids, all that is, they just need exercise. You gotta have a certain amount of exercise so that you go to bed at a certain time and stuff like that. Diet is important. All the chemicals in our food suck and make shit worse. So, but
hey man, I see what you're talking about. So it's like your whole perspective is not like the devil is doing. He's not doing anything. It's more so that God, it's like God is like, He's already working through us, and people just need to find better ways to release energy.
Well, to get the I mean, you're on the right track. It's like you're saying, you're trying to find the positivity in them as well, and reciprocate with the positive things that are there. There's negative things that will come up and stuff at certain points, but and it's not all just about placating or playing to positivity, because it's not. you can't just do that. You can't just smile about everything. That's how you get fucked over. But
yeah.
So, like you were kind of on the trail of God's always in control is the big thing. God says you'll always be protected. He'll always keep you safe. He'll always have you, all that stuff. So God's always in control. It's always God's authority and stuff like that. So you can play into the two masters to where you're feeding into the enemy because you're acting like the enemy. Or where you're being the bigger person, you're being the adult. And kind of like Majin Buu and shit, bro. Like when Vegeta and Goku were fighting, and it kept giving energy to Majin Buu to grow into his full form.
I haven't seen that fight, but please say more because it's interesting.
Well, they're just, they're not necessarily doing something that's totally outright evil, but they are fighting each other, which is causing negative energy to be released, which is being collected by Majin Buu. So
that's how Majin Buu works. He collects negative energy to get stronger.
When he was forming, he was in like an egg, a magical fucking egg sphere thing, and it was sucking in energy from it being released. And in the context of what they're putting it in, or what I'm trying to frame it in, is, if you're arguing with a little kid, you're releasing negative energy, you're feeding the enemy. It says not to let your brothers and sisters make you sin. So, you'll get into it though, and you'll still make mistakes and stuff like that, but it's not something you just pursue. But like I said, it's very multivariable in the sense of, like I said, where they MK Ultra, they try and manipulate, mind fuck people, and there's essentially a slave mindset and then an ownership mindset that they try to establish people inside of. Obviously, more so in America, but and essentially what I've gotten to is like the middle ground of that area is like a slave mindset and a ownership mindset mixed into one. So like the slave mindset is just like, oh, the world's oppressing me. Oh, I'm tired. I don't want to go run, or, kind of some of the attitude that you're playing on. And then, which most of everyone's in a slave mindset of not understanding that. Things that I've come to understand in the sense of like, everyone can make a shitload of money. There's certain ways to do certain things that produce certain results. If you go out and exercise and stuff, like you're going to be engaged in the world, your body's going to be rock solid. You're going to be super capable. You're going to be mentally, accurate, and, your senses increase, your gifts, your abilities, they all increase. Like the ownership mindset in an extreme state of what they're trying to manipulate people to get into is the sense of fucking people for money, paying them $12 an hour for, these people are making you $200,000 a year, and then continue to increase and make you more money as more years go on because they get more skilled at the job. They're making you an extra $30,000, $40,000 a year on top of what they started making you, and you're still paying them $15, $18 an hour. That's the ownership mindset of get everything you can out of people. I'm the best. I'm the biggest. I'm the top motherfucking fish. Fuck all these people. I'll kill people. I'll steal. I'll, screw them on their money, on their paycheck. That's the ownership mindset. So the middle ground is just like humanity, bringing humanity to the situation. You know what I mean? Kind of like I was already saying, if that person started making you $200,000, $100,000, they're producing you $100,000 revenue from that one worker doing, shop mechanic jobs or whatever that you can track down on paper. And then you're paying them usually a mechanic will make you a shitload of money, like probably 400,000. It's ridiculous. They can make a lot of money. But what I'm getting at is,
and they also take advantage of people, like women sometimes.
Yeah, it depends. There's good and bad people everywhere. But what I'm getting at is the humanity side of the slave and the ownership mindset is just the Bible and reality itself, of the sense of like, hey, what I was saying is that, I'm going to run these multiple businesses like you see these other people doing. And I only need a 10 to 30% revenue cut. The workers can make the other 70%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're treating them better.
They're the boots on the ground. They're the people out there working their ass off. They deserve to make the bigger percentage instead of the smaller percentage. Instead of having some CEO with $50 million, the CEO can have $8 million and everyone else can,
That's the crazy part. People just be having money sitting in their bank account just to say, I got money. And in reality, they need to spread it out so people can have a better way of life.
Right. And that's something that I'm going to do. Well, we're all going to do that, but.
Because I remember I was just having a conversation about how people, that like, you can, like, I can have a business, I can accumulate all this money, but then I became successful and I have like $2 million in my bank account. Now, what do I do with that $2 million? And it's a good business practice to always keep your money invested. So if you know about that, then you know you should invest in your employees. You should invest the best and make sure they're not, having any ill feeling about your company. Because it's
yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal, because if they would realize, like I said, it's all a mind manipulation game. But once they realize what you're talking about in the sense of your employees being valuable, that's the same way our country needs to act. And there's a reason why they don't have us thinking that way, is because we would also think the same way about our country, is that people are valuable. We, the people, are valuable. And like you're saying, if they would realize that in the business side of things, their production would go up because they're paying their employees more money and making them feel like they're worth something, and then making them more active and increasing their growth. And that's what I'm saying, is that like the world is based on, it's destroyers versus builders. All these people who try to cut you down and keep you stupid versus.
And that's the crazy part. We literally need both. We need both destroyers and builders to make a masterpiece. Because, like with art, you need an eraser to erase some lines that you overdrew. And so it's in a sense, I'm not trying to justify their actions for treating people like that, but it's a way to go about destroying things, and you have to be, I guess, righteous when you're destroying something, because that's the only way it's gonna actually last long. It's gonna be forever if it's done righteously.
And the only thing you're trying to destroy is spiritual demons and shit. So.
Right.
Because I was talking more builders and destroyers in the sense of the enemy versus God. But yeah, the only destroying you're really doing is, in terms of other people, is destroying false ideologies. And it's not even that you're doing that. Like I said, you just.
And that's deep. That's even deep, because God uses the enemy to filter out the
play a story. He uses the enemy to play part of the story as well, and to build, create, and destroy things, and have progress come through. dog.
Well, I'm glad I've talked to you. I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna go ahead and get in this game logic, figure out what I'm doing.
Right.
All right, peace, brother.
All right, bro. I'll see you sometime soon. Peace.
Yeah, it feels so weird ending it abruptly. Like I should let the call linger some more.
I mean, if you're feeling the timing or whatever, I mean, it's not offending me or whatever, but if you feel like that's the end of the conversation, that's totally appropriate. So.
Yeah, it's not about me. It's also you. You know, play a part. Cause I be feeling sometimes I'm heartless or too cold hearted, but.
No, I mean you're good, bro. All the time. Like if you're taking up my time or bothering me or something, I'll tell you. So don't feel like you're doing that.
It's good to know. If you can communicate your boundaries, I'm thankful for that. So, okay.
Yep.
I'll see you later.
All right, boss. I'll see you.
Alright. That was a good conversation between him. Now I'm gonna figure out this game logic. Yeah, I'm about to call him later. I wanna talk to him some more, but I really do wanna flesh out this logic. And I heard he was editing the video. I ain't wanna take too much of his time. But I'm gonna call him later. Okay. New York. Hello? Hey, who is this? I'm doing great. How are you doing? Yes, you are. Bags from Mexico? Am I expecting any bags from Mexico? How do you get this information? Wait, you have to be patient with me because I'm not like no, I don't. Like but how do you know my name? That's like the concerning part. And where are you going to send this package at? Excuse me? Justin Long? Justin Long. Do you okay, well I'm not expecting any package, but how can I look this up? No, this is interesting. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. Wait, so are you gonna contact the authorities around me? You are? Do you know where that's at? Should I just turn myself in? Cause I don't. I'm calling back. That's interesting. Somebody called my phone saying, "Do you have a package coming from Mexico?" No, I don't have a package coming from Mexico. Talking about we found money and illegal IDs inside this package. Alright, brother. Let's look this up. Because I think somebody used that line before. I'm gonna get focused. Give me a second. Yeah, but they're stupid. Like, how would you get my information by saying, I guess some people are scared, but he didn't have the proper English for that. I can only imagine if you do have the proper English and you know how to put fear into somebody, what could you do? Alright, let's get back to game logic. So, thus far, I created a projectile system. But I think I just need to create a character, get my character in here, and then equip him with stats, you know, UI, and I think that should probably complete the day. And I'll focus next on what I should add. But only problem is, I don't know if I want to make my own character. I will make my own character, so I might as well just use a starter one and rig it up. Yeah, just make the logic. Just listen. Just make the logic. Make a class and many. We have to make an attack system, and we have to make an animation blend. Okay. So guild class, projectile base. So I want to make a character and a UI. And with this UI, you can select the ability to use. patches, visual scripting. Goal is to encapsulate logic unit to promote reusability. Projectile class. Let's just finish this.
I'm going to create a new custom event and call it rotate to target. Ridden by. It found my enemy and it went to it. So it changed its default, its initial rotation. Nice. All right, so now if I actually move this enemy, it's not gonna follow it. So let me click simulate.
So basically what I'm thinking about is problem solving and the blueprints. And so the problem I encountered with the homing thing was I didn't have the speed set up correctly. I had two initial speeds, so I was setting one speed, setting another speed, and so it was creating like an elliptical around the homing thing in a sense. And I guess that's why my base speed wasn't working also, because I was setting two different speeds. It was probably subtracting or adding. But now it's initial speed and max speed. And it's two different set max speeds. Like you have projectile movement set max speed, and you might have a different set max speed, you know, probably like animation. I'm just trying to think on a basis, the core fundamentals of problem solving. How many ways can this go wrong? Right? So how many ways can this go wrong? How many outputs can I get from the solution? How many outputs can I get from the solution? And think about what are those outputs. So when it comes to thinking, I'm able to speed up my thinking. Whatever. Let's just do it.
Oh, it was too fast. So now, sorry, let me play again. See, if I'm moving the enemy, this is still moving in its current direction, because it only sets its rotation on begin play and doesn't keep updating it as its target's moving. So what if we do want it to be sort of a homing projectile that follows its target? Well, for that, in our projectile movement, we have an homing Boolean. So if we set is homing to true, we can pass in a target to follow. So let's do that. In our construction script, where we set all of our projectile movement variables, let's also check first. We can get our target and convert to a validated get. So if we have a target, and let's add a new variable, call it is homing, because maybe you want a target but you don't want it to be homing, and this is going to be a Boolean. We can add it in the projectile settings category. So if we have a target, I'll create a branch here, and is homing is set to true, then we want to get our projectile settings here and set my ice pick.
Getting an LLC for your business doesn't have to look like this. Just Google LLC Taylor Brands. It's totally easy. You pick a
here again and set is homing to true. Great. Now it's projectile types, so we can select any one of our projectiles, and you can set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Let's wall that spawns. All right, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every 2 seconds or every frequency.
So let's figure out how he made this. Fit began play, set timer by event, and it loops an event it calls to the shoot, and the frequency is the time of it Frequency of what though? I guess you created a frequency float. Variables. Alright, let's try to make that. New folder. Shooter projectile. Projectile and a blueprint. Want to be an actor? Or pawn. Pawn is actor that can be possessed. So like that'd probably be like a vehicle. But no, it'd be an actor, wouldn't it?
It spawns a projectile that we... Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every 2
Let's get a lo-fi profile going on then. I don't know, I mean to click on this anyway. Let's get out of here. Let's get that good music going.
If you want to be on camera, you want to be behind the camera, you want to do radio, podcast, whatever it is, this...
seconds or every frequency, it spawns a project. Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every 2 seconds or every frequency, it spawns a I don't know, like a Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every 2 seconds or every frequency, it spawns a projectile that we define here in the projectile types. So we can select any one of our projectiles, and you can set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now, the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's...
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine Facts. What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine Facts, and today I'm gonna show you on how to make a projectile or a bullet. It's gonna be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. Movement components. So yeah, Unreal Engine has actually this in the engine, so it's gonna be very easy for us to actually make this bullet. So the main parameters that we have to focus on is gonna be these two: initial speed and max speed. So So let's say that the initial speed is going to be around 3000 and the max speed is going to be like 3500. So basically, turn this guy up. So the first component that we're going to add is just going to be, for example, a sphere. This will have a mesh to visualize our bullet. Of course, you can change this into any static mesh that you want. For example, if you actually have a bullet model or whatever other projectile model that you have, you can just plug it in over here. So the next component that we're going to need is going to be the projectile movement component. So yeah, Unreal Engine has actually this in the engine, so it's going to be very easy for us to actually make this bullet. So the main parameters that we have to focus on is going to be these two: initial speed and max speed. So let's say that the initial speed is going to be around 3000 and the max speed is going to be like 3500. So basically it will start with a speed of 3000 and then it can accelerate into 3 more rotation as you want. A third person using, if it's first person, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now let's make that, for example, when I press the left mouse button, now let's use whatever you want. So let's go ahead and just compound save this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and open my third person character blueprint. Of course, you can use whatever character blueprint you're using. If it's first person, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now let's make that, for example, when I press the left mouse button, I will go ahead and spawn this projectile. So we can use, you say, spawn actor from class, and then we're gonna choose the projectile that we have just created. So BB projectile, and then the spawn position is gonna be basically one that we provide here. So what we're going to do is as simple as we're gonna add a new component. It's gonna be an arrow, and basically it's gonna be the projectile spawn bus. So basically the projectile will spawn in this point over here, and we can just see it better with an arrow. So let's see that it will just spawn just right in front of this player, right on this pivot over here, and it will be going forward. So now what we can do is just get the projectile spawn bus, and then we can get the transform, and we can just get the weld transform, and we can just plug that in into our spawn position. And then another thing that we can do is that this to be in always spawn ignore collisions. Just in case there's an obstacle, we always want to spawn our bullet. Of course, this is preference, but I'm gonna make it like that. So now if we go ahead and press play, and we actually go ahead and test it out. So if I left click, you will see that a huge bullet appears in front of my character, and it's really working. It's really cool. Now the thing is that it's absolutely huge, so we can do is just get the scale and just reduce it quite a lot. So for example, let's say it's gonna be around the scale over here, very small. So now what we can do is press play, and we will see that the bullet will be much smaller, more like an actual bullet. You can see it looks really cool. Now the thing is that it's really not like colliding with anything at all. So what we can do is go back into the bullet, we can go into the sphere over here, go down, and you can see that the collisions are actually enabled. We have block bolt dynamic. The thing is that we have to go into the projectile movement, and then here to actually say that it can interact with things, we can say what is it? Go up here and say should bounce, and we have to do one more thing. We'll go ahead and get the sphere and make it this the scene root. So basically it will be the parent itself. So let's go back in here, and now if I were to press play and get closer into the wall, for example, you will see that now it actually bounces. Now it made my my ball huge again, well, my projectile, because basically it kind of changed the scale. The thing is that this will not change at all. So if I were to change this and then spawn it, it will be as normal. This because it is changed on here how the transform is. So we're gonna leave this at 111, for example, and then we can just go back into the third person character and right click, split the transform, and split the transform. So the location will be location, the rotation, but the scale will be different. So for example, 0.05 or whatever it was what we had on before. So basically like this is how you can change a bit the size and stuff. So now we get back into the wall, you will see that it's much smaller and will actually bounce. So it looks really cool. Of course, maybe have right click, split the transform, and split the transform third person character, and right click, split the transform, and split the transform. So the location will be location, the rotation, but the scale will be different. So for example, 0.05, whatever it was what we had on before. So basically like this is how you can change a bit the size and stuff. So now we get back into the wall, you will see that it's much smaller and will actually bounce. So it looks really cool. Of course, maybe have made it too small, so you can just put one or something like that, and you can play with the values as you want. Now the last thing to do is in the projectile. I'm gonna go into the on component hit, and I'm just gonna get the other actor and then just destroy it. So then when it will collide with something, it will actually go ahead and destroy the actor. So if I go and press play, get really near to this and shoot, you will see that the everything just disappeared. This is because it is bouncing and not destroying. So for example, we can destroy this actor, and this is because. So then when it will hit, and I'm just gonna get the other actor, and then just you want. Now a last thing I'm going to do is in the projectile, I'm gonna go into the on component hit, and I'm just gonna get the other actor, and then just destroy it. So then when it will collide with something, it will actually go ahead and destroy the actor. So if I go and press play, get very near to this and shoot, you will see that the everything just disappeared. This is because it is bouncing and not destroying. So for example, we can destroy this actor and immediately destroy to the bullet itself. So now we can get the projectile movement and get should bounce off, and then if we go ahead and press play and go into the thing, we can now destroy without, well, it basically destroyed the player. So what we can do is just a check over here. So basically cast to third person character, so we're gonna basically cast into it. So if the cast basically failed, it means that, well, it is not a it is not a also I need to unplug this over here and plug this over here. Wait a second. So this in here, this in here, there we go. So here with it is not a also I need to unplug this over here and plug this over here. Wait a second. So this in here, this in here, there we go. So it will be just a check over here. So basically cast to third person character, so we're gonna basically cast into it. So if the cast basically failed, it means that, well, it is not a it is not a also I need to unplug this over here and plug this over here. Wait a second. So this in here, this in here, there we go. So we'll be checking if it's and the third person character. If it's not, it will fail, so it will destroy what it has collided, and then immediately basically the bullet itself. So you can see the target itself there. So now if we go and press play, you will see that I can go and the player will not be destroyed, but will we impact? Yes. So yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with this and play around with it.
Nothing at all. I learned something.
Let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every
Let's read this. Shoot point. You made a variable called shoot point. No, you didn't. That makes sense. Whether I use C++ or not, C++ or not. Create a blueprint for your projectile activity. Give it a match. A scene component.
seconds or Alright, so I created something called a projectile shooter here real quick. This is just a, I don't know, like a wall that spawns projectiles. So all it does is that every 2 seconds or every frequency, it spawns a projectile that we define here in the projectile types. So we can select any one of our projectiles. And you can set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Let's delete all the other projectiles, we don't need them. And also let's, so now if I press play, it's supposed to spawn a projectile. Let's see what happens. And nothing's happening because I didn't select a projectile type. Let's say, I don't know, fire arrow. Now, you can see that it's spawning but exploding right away because, of course, when it spawns, it collides with the spawner itself. Now, this will happen if maybe you have a player that's spawning an arrow or a projectile. It's, of course, going to collide with the player themselves first. So we want to prevent that from happening. To do that, back in our projectile base here, on begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving. And this is going to be on the box collision. Now, ignore actor while moving, set this to true, basically takes it, of course, when it spawns, it collides with the spawner itself. Now, this will happen if maybe you have a player that's spawning an arrow or a projectile. It's, of course, going to collide with the player themselves first. So we want to prevent that from happening. To do that, back in our projectile base here, on begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving. And this is going to be on actor while moving collide with the player. It collides with the spawner itself. Now, this will happen if maybe you have a player that's spawning an arrow or a projectile. It's of course going to collide with the player themselves first. So we want to prevent that from happening. To do that, back in our projectile base here, on begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving. And this is going to be on the box collision.
Having health insurance is important. So, if you or anyone in your family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check your mail for a renewal form from your state.
To do that, back in our projectile
and mail
base
it back
here,
right away, so you
on
don't
begin
lose your
play,
coverage.
we're going to
If you do
call
lose
something
Medicaid or
called
CHIP,
ignore
visit
actor
healthcare.gov
while
to see if
moving.
you're eligible to enroll in
And
a low-cost, quality health plan. Keep your family covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is going to be on the box collision. Now, ignore actor while moving, set this to true. Basically, takes an actor here, and it disables collision with that actor. So the actor here is going to be whomever spawned the projectile. So if we go back to our projectile shooter here, you'll see that it has an owner. And this owner is a default whenever you spawn an actor from a class. So spawn actor from class here, it will always have an owner. So I'm going to set my owner here as self, which is the projectile shooter component. And that way here I can just say get owner. Compile and save. Now if I go back here, and that way here I'll base here. On begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving. And this is going to be on the box collision. Now ignore actor while moving, set this to true, basically takes an actor here and it disables collision with that actor. So the actor here is going to be whomever spawned the projectile. So if we go back to our projectile shooter here, you'll see that it has an owner. And this owner is a default whenever you spawn an actor from a class. So spawn actor from class here, it will always have an owner. So I'm going to set my owner here as self, which is the projectile shooter component. And that way here I can just say get owner. Compile and save. Now if I go back here, and we're still colliding with the owner. Why? So box collision, ignore actor while moving, target is owner. Owner here is self. I am missing something. Oh, this is only called when target is valid. So let's actually move this to be behind. So that's going to be the first thing it does. And then checks if target is valid. Because obviously if target's not valid, it wasn't going to go here. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Now it's spawning our arrows. Great. So I can also change this type to be, I don't know, dark energy, make it spawn every second. And you can see that there it goes. And 2 seconds or every frequency, it spawns a projectile that we define here in the projectile types. So we can select any one of our projectiles, and you can set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now, the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Let's delete all these other projectiles, we don't need them. And also let's so now if I press play, it's supposed to spawn a projectile. Let's see what happens. And nothing's happening because I didn't select the projectile type. Let's say, I don't know, fire arrow. Now you can see that it's spawning but exploding right away because of course when it spawns it collides with the spawner itself. Now this will happen if maybe you have a player that's spawning an arrow or a projectile. It's of course going to collide with the player themselves first. So we want to prevent that from happening. To do that, back in our projectile base here, on begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving, and this is going to be on the box collision. Now ignore actor while moving, set this to true, basically takes an actor here and it disables collision with that actor. So the actor here is going to be whomever spawned the projectile. So if we go back to our projectile shooter here, you'll see that it has an owner. And this owner is a default whenever you spawn an actor from a class. So spawn actor from class here, it will always have an owner. So I'm going to set
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons. Ow, ow, ow. And on what you need, like memory foam inserts. Ah, that's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
my owner here as self, which is the projectile shooter component. And that way here I can just say get owner. Let's save. Now if I go back here, and we're still colliding with the owner.
If you're a business owner, then animated explainer videos are the best way to capture attention. Get more followers in...
Why? So box collision, tile types. So we can select any one of our projectiles, and you can set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Let's delete all these other projectiles, we don't need them. And also let's... So now if I press play, it's supposed to spawn a projectile. Let's see what happens. And nothing's happening because I didn't select the projectile type. Let's say, I don't know. Set its speed, gravity, and so on. Now the reason I did that is to demo something really important. So let's put our projectile shooter somewhere in the world. Let's delete all these other projectiles, we don't need them. And also let's
yeah, link. Hold on, bro. You should call. Actually. This is Dash No More King.
now if I press play, it's supposed to spawn a projectile. Let's see what happens. It's happening because I didn't select a projectile type. Let's say, I don't know, fire arrow. Now, you can see that it's spawning, but exploding right away. Because, of course, when it spawns, it collides with the spawner itself. Now, this will happen if maybe you have a player that's spawning an arrow or a projectile. It's, of course, going to collide with the player themselves first. So we want to prevent that from happening. To do that, back in our projectile base here, on begin play, we're going to call something called ignore actor while moving. And this is going to be on the box collision. Now, ignore actor while moving, set this to true, basically takes an actor here and it disables collision with that actor. So the actor here is going to be whomever spawned the projectile. So if we go back...
That's a nice track, by the way.
Back to our projectile shooter here, you'll see that it has an owner. And this owner is a default whenever you spawn an actor from a class. So spawn actor from class here, it will always have an owner. So I'm going to set my owner here as self, which is the projectile shooter component. And that way here I can just say get owner. Compile and save. Now if I go back here, so I'm going to set my owner here as self, which is the projectile shooter component. And that way here I can just say get owner. Compile and save. Now if I go back here, and we're still colliding with the owner. Why? So box collision, ignore actor while moving, target is owner. Owner here is self. I am missing something. Oh, this is only called when target is valid. So let's actually move this to be
before, right. Okay, so makes perfect sense. I'm loving this logic. Ways like this is my field right here. This is what I do logically. Come on now. I'm a beast in logic. As soon as I know what all the tools I can use for logic construction, then it's on. Then you're gonna really know I'm in a bag for sure. First I gotta learn. Okay, let's see if this works.
Be behind. So that's going to be the first thing it does. And then checks if target is valid. Because obviously if target's not valid, it wasn't going to go here.
Hey, how my lips be so chapped. Let me put my phone on the charger. What the heck? Oh man, I gotta talk to my boy Chow. We gotta do our podcast. so much better.
Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Now it's
damn. I'm going fast, isn't it? Stop playing. Oh yeah, I'm him. Hemerson. Look at that. My game already looks sick, man. Who beat this? This is game of the decade. Wait, I'm getting hit from behind too. Let's see. How far is that? Let's hit box right there. Cool. Very cool. We are learning.
spawning our arrows. Great. So I can also change this type to be, I don't know, dark energy, make it spawn every second. And you can see that there it goes. And of course here I can also change the target to, I don't know, get actor of class enemy. Just plug this in here. Just doing it very dirty now to see, yeah, this is how you add a target. And now it's going to the right target. Just plug this in here. Just doing it very... Also change this type to be, I don't know, dark energy, make it spawn every second. It's spawning our arrows. Great. So I can also change this type to be, I don't know, dark energy, make it spawn every second. And you can see that there it goes. And of course here I can also change the target to, I don't know, get actor of class enemy. Just plug this in here. Just doing it very dirty now.
But it is dirty. Actor class. That's kind of disgusting, but my tongue feeling. I feel burnt. Heck. Closer.
Hello, and
to see, yeah, this is how you add a target. And now it's going to the right target. Perfect. Next step, I'm going to do something exciting. If you followed my last tutorial, you'll see that I created a damage system that had a player and an enemy, and they can damage each other. Now I'm going to take this projectile system and I'm going to integrate it with our damage system to see how you can actually spawn projectiles from a player to an enemy or vice versa. So first thing to know, if you want to move files from one project to another, I can right click here on this projectiles folder and say migrate. Now this is going to see all of the dependencies that that these classes have. So it's depending on the Infinity Blade, Paragon, blah blah blah, and it's going to migrate them to a different project. For example, the other project already has starter content, so I'm not gonna choose that one. I don't want the enemy, for example, that was just for show. You can also say, yeah, maybe I don't want this projectile shooter, it was also a demo. So yeah, you get the idea. You can choose what you want. Then if you click OK, it's going to ask you to find the content folder of where you want to put it. So if I go here, find damage system tutorial, then I can select the content folder. Now I've already done that, so I'm not going to do it again. But if I go over here to my damage system, by the way, let me close these because it's slowing things down. So if I go over here to my damage system, well, I can see that I have my projectiles folder with all the things that I created. So the damage system tutorial just covered how to create an enemy and the player and the enemy can damage each other like this, and then they can kill each other as well. And I can heal and things like that. But the attacking was just done by doing a sphere trace. As you can see here, when I click, it just does a sphere trace. Now I'm going to replace this sphere trace with spawning a projectile and see how we can actually start damaging the enemy. So I'm gonna go over here to my damage system, to my player class.
Does he beat the lady? That's what I'm trying to figure out. This is the most epic comeback ever. Oh no. That was trash.
And over here, when I click the left mouse,
that was so trash. He didn't say today. He kept being a loser.
Button, I do the sphere, and then if the sphere hits something, I call take damage on the something that I.
You know what? I'm about to I'm about to psychologically break that down of the ad. The ad was like, you're too busy trying to fight the big bosses, right? And you get knocked down to ground zero, Instead, you should take your time, steps up, and you will knock down these big bosses. So it's always best to have the virtue of patience.
Hit. Now instead of doing a sphere trace, I'm actually going to spawn a projectile. So I'm going to delete all of this. And just here I'm going to say spawn actor from class. And this class is going to be our projectile. Now I can select any one of these projectiles. But I want it to be a random selection. So to do that, I'm going to go here and pull a select node. Just refresh this to remove the errors. And in the select node, I'm going to delete all of this. And just here, I'm going to say spawn actor from class.
Break hit result. Yeah, because I need to make a health system. I guess we might as well check them out. See how he made it.
It's time. It's time to start. You're ready to start your business.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali, and chances are if you're watching this, then you and I have a lot in common. You know, I've been dreaming in my head, I'd be thinking, I wonder how this teleportation skill works, or oh, I wonder how they make this explosion look so real, or what engine is this game using in the background. And I would Google these things and I'd acquire bits and pieces of knowledge along the way. I'd open up Unity and make some random things. I made 2D games following tutorials or online courses. I'd even make games in the browser since I knew JavaScript. And I'd make some mobile app games that you could play at a party. But I never took it seriously. It was always just an interest I had, like astronomy, but I'm not going to be an astrophysicist. Until a few years ago when something major happened that made me take game development seriously. I got promoted. I was no longer a software engineer, but an engineering manager. Now, why would this make me take game development seriously? Well, because as a manager, I was no longer writing code in my job, and I just didn't feel like myself. So I decided to still write code in my free time, and that's when I discovered Unreal Engine. I came across a 6-hour-long video on YouTube describing the basics of Unreal Engine, and I watched the entire thing in a single sitting. I was just blown away. And I immediately downloaded the engine and started making anything that popped into my head with no real purpose. At the time, I was playing Horizon Zero Dawn, so I was curious how to make a bow and arrow mechanic. So I Googled, watched YouTube videos, brushed up on some high school physics lessons, and I made this. Now, I wasn't trying to make a game to sell or even release. I just wanted to learn, to create, to build, and to satisfy this urge that I had to translate my ideas into something real that I can share with my friends and be proud of having built. So whenever an idea would pop into my head, I would go to YouTube, watch some videos, and try to add it to my game. By then, I was hooked. I spent every free minute that I had learning about game development. I watched countless hours of YouTube videos. I reached out to game developers in Amsterdam, attended meetups, and I ignored every video or person that told me game development is hard because I knew it was hard, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. Which leads me to the most important thing that I want you to take away from this video. It's very important to know what you're good at and what you're bad at. And ultimately, that will come down to what you enjoy doing and what you can't stand doing. And I was good at writing code, but I was horrible at making art. And you kind of need both to make a game. So here's what I did. Remember the project that I mentioned that
Exactly opposite for me. I love making art, but also I love both. I love code, logically thinking, and art.
Was just a mess of random mechanics that were just fun to build. Well, I challenged myself to turn this sandbox into a complete game. Why? Because I needed to learn the process of building a game from start to finish and not get hung up on the small details without even having laid out the big picture. So I made a Trello board, laid down all the tasks needed to complete the game, and just went through them one by one. Through this process, I learned a lot about game development, about Unreal Engine, and about myself. I actually learned that I enjoy 3D modeling, but I'm not going to spend too much time and effort on assets that I can either buy from a marketplace or outsource them to someone else. And I learned that I hate sound design. Finding the right music and the perfect sound effect for every action in the game is a task I was not willing to learn at all. But most importantly, I learned that a lot of the details that felt very important at the time of making them turned out to be completely irrelevant at the end, and a lot more important things popped up. So over a year later, I had a complete game from start to finish. I had 10 levels, I had progression, unlockable skills, boss fights, cinematics, and so much more. So, was this game fun to play? Absolutely not. Can I put it on Steam and maybe sell it? I'd probably get sued over some copyright issues somewhere. But I was so proud of it, because once I was finished, I had a complete game that I had made on my own. Then I really felt that I know what I'm doing and can now start making something that could actually be fun. So what did I do next? Well, I kept learning, gaining a deeper understanding of the things that I find fun and interesting. I made very complex and polished prototypes. I attended game dev conferences. I participated in game jams, and I loved every second of it. And I want to share with you my top learnings from this whole process. But first, there's something I didn't really talk about yet, and that's this YouTube channel. Why did I start this? I reached a point where it was very difficult to learn more about Unreal Engine because the documentation was... Find out what you like and what you don't like about the process of building games. Team up with someone that complements your skills. So if you're an artist but hate programming, you'll find a ton of programmers that hate art, and together you can accomplish so much more. Number 2 is to start small and then iterate, iterate, and iterate. Don't try to plan out everything beforehand and think of every small detail or every problem that could occur. Just start with a general concept, learn what you need to learn to prototype it, and get ready for the idea to morph into a better version of itself. But don't get sidetracked by new ideas. Just see it through till the end, because done is so much better than perfect. And number 3 is learn the process, not just the skills. There are definitely a lot of skills needed to create a game, but having a good process and a good workflow is just as important. And I highly recommend this video by Heartbeast, which outlines a very important process, especially if you're a solo dev. Number 4 is to have a goal. Know why you're doing this. Is it to sell a game and make money? Is it just a hobby? Is it to learn the skill and get hired at a game studio? The answer to this question should drive your every decision. And finally, don't let the fact that game development is hard discourage you. Take it as a challenge, and if you're really passionate about it, nothing can stop you. Now, for me, I still have my full-time job as an engineering manager because I need to pay the bills. But I'm hoping that one day soon, and with your support, that I can make this into my career and fully focus on my passion. And if you're watching this video and you've stuck around until the end, then you're...
It's 4 weeks ago, about a month ago. 20.
What got me was that of all the times it could have happened, it happened on a Super Bowl Sunday.
Hey, welcome back everyone. In this video, I will show you 20 tips guaranteed to improve your Unreal Engine 5 skills, ranging from pretty basic things that everyone should know to fairly obscure things that not a lot of people know. So, in no particular order, let's start with number 1. Use the tab key to slow down time so you can debug things happening in your game in slow motion.
Tab to slow mo.
To do this, simply search for tab debug, and on pressed, set the global time dilation to something like 0.2, and on released, set it back to 1. When pulling a variable from the left side panel, you can hold Alt while pulling it to quickly set the variable, or hold Control while pulling it to quickly get the variable, as opposed to just dragging it normally and being asked, do you want to get or set? If I want to do a mathematical operation like 2 plus 2 times 4 divided by 6, this is how I do it. But an easier way is to right-click and search for Add Math Expression. And here I can just write it like this, 2 plus 2 multiplied by 4 divided by 6. And if you open this up, you'll see that it did the same exact thing and gave you a nice output pin. Now you can even add variables here. So let's say I'm going to replace this 4 with just something like x. And then it's going to ask you to plug in the value of x. Wow. Or you can even take it a step further, and let's say you already have a variable. I can just write the name of the variable here, like health, which is a variable I already have. Now if I open it up, I see that it automatically uses the variable named health.
That's very helpful.
You probably knew that you can select nodes and press Q to align them horizontally.
Q?
But did you know that you can also press Alt-Shift-S to align them vertically?
Alt-Shift-S.
You can temporarily change the pivot point of an actor in your level by pressing Alt.
Bookmark this. Save.
And middle mouse.
Alright, let's get to this health system.
What if I told you that you can use Motion Array to improve your videos fast? For example, you can create a professional opener just like this. As a content creator, I can choose from
In this Unreal Engine 5 health and damage system tutorial, we are going to create a health bar for the player that will decrease when the player receives damage. When the health bar reaches 0, the player will die and respawn after X amount of seconds. For this tutorial, I am going to use a third-person template as visual effect. Single player and multiplayer blueprint. We have to up here search main UI, and I'm available with one interface. So let's create the UI first before we do anything else. Here in the UI folder, let's right click, go to user interface and select widget blueprint. So here we are creating the UI, select the user widget, and I'm going to call this one WB main. So this is my main UI, and my main UI contains my health bar. I'm going to double click this main
UI. Okay. That's very important, knowing how to name things. Could have waited a little bit.
in UI, and inside of here, before we do anything inside of a widget blueprint, we have to up here search for a canvas, and this canvas we have to click and drag into here, and now you can see we created this canvas. So before you create any UI for your game, you have to create a canvas first. Then for my health bar, we are going to use something called a progress bar. So let's click on this one, drag it into the canvas, and here we have the progress bar. Now we can take this progress bar and take it around here in our UI. However, I also want some text on top of my progress bar. So in order to do this, we have to use something called an overlay. This overlays two items on top of each other. So if I drag this again into the canvas panel, and now I drag my progress bar into my overlay. So now I have my progress bar into my overlay, and then I can search for a text element and take this text and drag it into the overlay as well. So we're basically overlaying the text on top of the progress bar. So for the overlay, let's click on it, and I'm going to resize it and make it larger so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to drag it down here. You can see the progress bar is very small, so you have to click on the progress bar and fill it here horizontally and vertically as well, so it fills the whole overlay. So for this text, I'm going to click on it, and here for the horizontal alignment, I'm just going to put it in the middle of the progress bar. And then you can click on the overlay, and you can resize the health bar and make it look however you want. You can also click on this text. I'm going to reduce the size of, and I'm going to resize it and make it larger. The text, and now I bar. Now we can take this progress bar and take it around here in our UI, something called to click and drag into here. And now you can see we created this canvas. So before
Wrong one. Wrong one. I still see me? Yep. Alright.
before you create any UI for your game, you have to create a canvas first. Then for my health bar, we are going to use something called a progress bar. So let's click on this one. Drag it into the canvas, and here we have the progress bar. Now we can take this progress bar and take it around here in our UI. However, I also want some text on top of my progress bar. So in order to do this, we have to use something called an overlay. This overlays two items on top of each other. So if I drag this again into the canvas panel, and now I drag my progress bar into my overlay. So now I have my progress bar into my overlay, and then I can search for a text element and take this text and drag it into the overlay as well. So we're basically overlaying the text on top of the progress bar. So for the overlay, let's click on it, and I'm going to resize it and make it larger so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to drag it down here. You can see the progress bar is very small, so you have to click on the progress bar and fill it here horizontally and vertically as well, so it fills the whole overlay. So for this text, I'm going to click on it, and here for the horizontal alignment, I'm just going to put it in the middle of the progress bar. And then you can click on the overlay, and you can resize the health bar and make it look however you want. You can also click on this text. I'm going to reduce the size, so clicking on the text, clicking on the font, I'm going to reduce this size to maybe something like 16 or 18. I think 16, maybe 18 for this tutorial, so you can see it on my screen. And I'm also going to go to the outline settings, and I'm going to give it an outline so it's a lot easier to see. So for the outline size, I'm just going to write 1 or 2, or maybe something like 2. Now, this is very ugly design-wise, but we're not focusing too much on design. We're just creating a health bar here. So you can press on the progress bar as well. And here in the percent, if you click, it's going to write 1 or 2, or maybe something like 2. Now, this is very ugly design-wise, but font, I'm going to reduce this size to maybe something like 16 or 18. I think 16, maybe 18 for this tutorial, so you can see it on my screen. And I'm also going to go to the outline settings, and I'm going to give it an outline so it's a lot easier to see. So for the outline size, I'm just going to write 1 or 2, or maybe something like 2. Now, this is very ugly design-wise, but we're not focusing too much on design. We're just creating a health bar here. So you can press on the progress bar as too. Now, this is very ugly design-wise, but we're not focusing too much on design. We're just creating a health bar here. So you can press on the progress bar as well. And here in the percent, if you click and drag, you can see now you're filling to see. So for the outline size, I'm just going to want. You can also click on this text. I'm going to reduce the size. So clicking on the text, clicking on the font.
Trying to make this mug bigger.
I'm going to reduce this size to maybe some. So if I drag this again into the canvas panel, and here we have the progress bar. Now we can take this progress bar and take it around here in our UI. However, I also want some
Okay. Let me just delete all of you there. Should have created the size of it before. Man, what is going on? Still not letting me scale it, bro. Heck. That's weird.
Text on top of my progress. For your game, you have to create a canvas first. Then for my health bar, we are going to use something called a progress bar. So let's click on this one, drag it into the canvas, and here we have the progress bar. Now we can take this progress bar and take it around here in our UI. However, I also want some text on top of my progress bar. So in order to do this, we have to use something called an overlay. This overlays two items on top of each other. So if I drag this again into the canvas panel, and now I drag my progress bar into my overlay. So now I have my progress bar into my overlay, and then I can search for a text element and take this text and drag it into the overlay as well. So we're basically overlaying the text on top of the progress bar. So for the overlay, let's click on it, and I'm going to resize it and make it larger so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to drag it down here. You can see the progress bar is very small, so you have to click on the progress bar and fill it here horizontally and vertically as well, so it fills the whole overlay. So for this text, I'm going to click on it, and here for the horizontal alignment, I'm just going to put it in the middle of the progress bar, and then you can
makes sense. It's not lined up correctly. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. What is that? Why is it not lined up?
click on the overlay, and you can resize the health bar and make it look however you want. You can also click on this text. I'm going to reduce the size. So clicking on the text, clicking on the font, I'm going to reduce this size to maybe something like 16 or 18. I think 16, maybe 18 for this tutorial, so you can see it on my screen. And I'm also going to go to the outline settings, and I'm going to give it an outline so it's a lot easier to see. So for the outline size, I'm just going to write 1 or 2, or maybe something like 2. Now, this is very ugly design-wise, but we're not focusing too much on design. We're just creating a health bar here. So you can press on the progress bar as well. And here in the percent, if you click and drag, you can see now you're filling the progress bar. And instead of having it as a blue color, usually health bars are red. So you can click on this color here, and you can just drag into the red zone and try to choose a color you like. Let's say, for example, this red color here. Let's click on OK now. I'm going to click on here and actually reduce my outline size to 1. I think 2 is maybe too much. And let's compile. Now I'm going to drag this overlay. I'm going to drag it down here because I want my progress bar to be at the bottom left. Of my screen. Now for UIs, you can see we have something called an anchor. This is the anchor of this UI that I am selecting right now. And if you select the overlay, you cannot see it if you select the progress bar or the text, but if you select the parent element, so the upper element, the overlay, you can see we have something called an anchor. And what an anchor is if I, for example, click and drag, and let's say the player is now playing your game, and the player is resizing their game window, this UI right now is going to push itself towards this corner. So if I keep resizing it and making it lower in-game, this UI is going to be pushed up here, and I don't want that. I want my UI to stay down here. So you have to click on this anchor and set it to the bottom left as well. Also, it's down here. And here for the position Y and X and Y, you can write 0, 0. And now you can see it's out of the screen. So we have to put it inside of the screen. And you do that here in the alignment. You can see you have an X alignment and a Y alignment. We have to push it up in the Y axis. So if you write 0.5, you can see you push it halfway. If you write 1, you push it all the way. So these numbers Y axis. So if you write 0. We have to push it, you can see, have to put it inside the position Y and X and Y, you can write 0, 0. And now you can see it's out of the screen. So we have to put it inside of the screen. And you do that here in the alignment. You can see you have an X alignment and a Y alignment. We have
And welcome.
to push it up in the Y axis. So if you write 0.5, you can see you push it halfway. If you write 1, you push it all the way.
Why is it starting all the way down here?
So these numbers go between 0 and 1. For example, here you can also write 0.5 and 1, and now you can see you push it in the x-axis. However, we don't want that, so 0 in the x and 1 in the y. And now you can see at 0, 0, it stays inside of the canvas. And this is a bit more clean than before, so let's just click and drag this here, give it a bit of space on the sides of the screen, something like this. And let's go ahead and click. Click on compile, and now we have finished.
Why I love Envato Elements? I love that I don't have to animate my own texting conversations in After
our health bar. Now before we close this window, let's click on this text, and up here let me give it a name. We're going to use this later. Let me call it text health, and I'm also going to
Oh no. I can't be lazy.
click on this progress bar, and I'm going to call it prog health bar. Let's go ahead and click on compile. I'm going to make this health bar functional before we go over to the player. So let's click on the graph now. Now we're finished with the designer. Let's go to the graph, and inside of here I'm just clicking and dragging and deleting everything here, and let's right click into this graph and search for a custom event. And let's add a custom event, and this event I'm just going to call it update health UI. And for this update health UI, what I basically want to do is, you always have to ask yourself, what are you trying to do? What I'm trying to do is, if you click on this progress bar, you have this percent. So the basic thing is, we're trying to set the percent for this health bar, for this progress bar. So we can go to the graph, we can take this progress bar health bar variable, and we can drag from here and say set percent. This is what we're trying to do, and you can go ahead and connect it. Now, what is the percent? This is how much health you have left. And how do you calculate how much health you have left? You do this if you click on here on this event and you make two variables. Let's click on the first one and make it into a float, as well as the second one. And let's change the first one's name to current health and health bar variable. And we can drag from here and say set percent. This is what we're trying to do.
In the world, I just get two of them.
And you can go ahead and connect it. Now, what is the percent? This is how much health you have left.
What up, Donkey? What up, mine?
And how do you calculate how much health you have left? You do this if you click on here on this event and you make two variables. Let's click on the first one and make make it into a float as well as the second one. And let's change the first one. Let's click on the first one and make it into a float as well as the second one. And let's change the first one's name to current health. And let's change the second one to max health. So you have a variable for your current health, and you also have a variable for your maximum health, and we will create those later inside of the player. But for now, we have those two, and you can take the current health and divide it. So if you write the divide sign and select this divide operator, we are dividing the current health with the maximum health. So let's say, for example, your current health is 50 and your maximum health is 100. Then this would output 0.5. And remember, inside of progress bars, if you click on it again, notice that this percent only goes from 0 to 1. So it doesn't go from 0 to 100. So whatever number you plug into here, you have to make sure that it is between 0 or 1, because if it's larger than 1, it will always be full, and you will wonder why your health bar is not working. So always, this number always has to be between 0 to 1. So your current health divided by the maximum health, it will give you a percentage between 0 and 1, and you can drag this and plug it into here.
Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. Drag that in here. Progress bar. And then we divide these two.
Here. So again, if your current health is 50 and your maximum health is 100, 50 divided by 100 is 0.5. So it will be correct here for the progress bar. It will display 0.5 just like that. Now this is connected. You can go ahead and organize this a little bit. And now for the text, if we go over to this text here, we have to update this as well. You can see I don't have a variable for it. And this is because you have to click on the text first, and then you have to click on is variable. And let's compile. And when you do that, inside of the graph, you can now
Let's go back to designer, make health a variable, then compile, go back to our graph. Wait a minute.
now see we have the variable here, and you can drag it into the graph, and you can drag from here and say set text. This is graph. You can now see we have the variable here, and you can drag it into the graph, and you can drag from here and say set text. This is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to set the text for this widget. And what we want to set it to is, I just want to set it to what my current health currently is. So I'm going to drag this current health, and I'm going to plug it into this text variable. And then Unreal Engine is going to tell you, I'm going to convert into the graph, and you can drag from here and say set text. This is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to set the text for this widget. And what we want to set it to is, I just want to set it to what my current health currently is. So I'm going to drag it into the graph, and you can drag from here and say set text. This is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to set the text for this widget. And what we want to set it to is, I just
did cut. Progress bar health. Then we're gonna have it like over there. Add it up. Let's try Q. Yeah. That's a helpful tip. I did not know that. That's helpful.
I just want to set it to what my current health currently is. So I'm going to drag this current health, and I'm going to...
Again, bro, you're exactly like Lego 7. What do you mean by that, bro? Car atmosphere.
Plug it into this text variable. And then Unreal Engine is going to tell you, I'm going to convert this float variable into a text variable in order for it to work. So it's going to convert it for you, and it will work. And what we want to set it to is, I just want to set it to what my current health currently is. So I'm going to drag this current health, and I'm going to plug it into this text variable. And then Unreal Engine is going to tell you, I'm going to convert this float variable into a text variable in order for it to work. So it's going to convert it for you, and you can double click these pins if you want to organize it a bit more and make reroute nodes. And here we have it. So we're setting the percent for the health bar, and we're also setting the health text to the current health. So let's go ahead and click on compile, save everything. Let's close it down. And now let's go over to the character, the player. Now inside of this third person template, it is, if you go in the third person and click on the blueprint, and here is our third person character, its current health, and I'm going to plug it into this text variable. This flow, organize it a bit more and make reroute nodes. And here we have it. So we're setting the percent for the health bar, and we're also setting the health text to the current health. So let's go ahead and click on compile, save everything. Let's close it down. And now let's go over to the character, the player. Now inside of this third person template, it is, if you go in the third person and click on the blueprint, and here is...
So for those who missed it, this is what I've done so far. Bro, I sent all documents in Discord. Alright, I got you. Full track.
Ты делаю себя. Не так много бабла, но правда на моих ногах. Мариарти меня спонсит, но я не продавал. Во всех треках ты гэнгста, но живешь у мамы. Другой уже много пиздит про деньги, но снимает хату. Не делаю я много, я накапливаю ману. Легкий цвета, будто кожа у канкана. Мои пацы обезьяны, но не носят бейпста. Много говоришь, но не знаешь своего плейса. На твоей груди лого не Гуччи, это Кесса. My love so amazing, но не без стресса.
That's interesting. I wish I can know what you say, but I'm willing to collab.
Мой бро из Чикаго, он тусует на стволах. Я просто двигаюсь вперед и делаю себя. Не так много бабла, но правда на моих ногах.
See, I like pull up, go sit in the he know on a hot. Telling the girl I'm about to hit you over with the fuck. Catching up, hit him up like right between the lot. Yeah.
Меня уже пасет, пачка моя опять ситуацию спасет. Не торгуй отравой, жизнь твою перевернем. Читаю, сидя лежа, даже
Мариарти меня спонсит, но я... Гэнгста, но живешь у мамы.
Well, okay, so your full track and its beat is the same thing, but you already sent me the beat, so don't worry about it. Never mind. Yeah, send the beat separately. You have to. Okay, so that's a different. You got a different beat. Send the beat without no vocals. Both of them. Still have vocals on there. Who made the beat also? Include that. And the name, such as Pride. And we're gonna do it like that. tripping?
Я не про... Мой бро из Чикаго, он тусует.
Maybe I am tripping. Hold on, my bad. My bad. I hear it. It's just in the beginning. I don't even know if I'm spelling it right. Yeah, like it sounded like he was playing like Limerence, like you were listening to Yave's Tumor or something.
Мой бро из Чикаго.
Before you got on.
Мариарти меня
But you got it. You got it. This is what you're supposed to do. But thanks. Thanks. But thanks. No, just say thanks. Yes, you got it. Alright.
Our third person character. So before we do anything, let's add the main UI that we created here.
Let's do that. Let's go to my character.
In the UI, let's add it to the screen first. Let's find the begin play event here. So you can find it for your own project. If you don't have one in your own project, you can right click and search for begin play, and you can go ahead and make it. Now just notice that you can only have one begin play event in your blueprint. So if you have it already here, as you can see, I can just continue my code over here. So let's drag from here and say create widget and select this one called create widget. Now let's go ahead and select our WB main that we just created. And for the owning player, you can see if I hold the mouse over it, it wants a player controller reference. So if I drag from here and search for player controller, you can see this one, get player controller. Now, even though we have created our UI, we have to add it to the viewport.
Create owning player, get player controller. Kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah, that kind of does not make sense to me. I'm actually asked that question. Get player controller for owning player. Okay. Get player controller. Why do I need it to enable a UI? Enable. To get player controller notice used to get a reference to the player controller object. In blueprints, here are some reasons why you will want to get the player controller. To access player specific data, the data controller has access to data about the player such as input, camera, HUD, etc. Getting the PC player controller lets you change player settings. To call player controller functions, there are built-in functions. Player controller class like play, HUD instructions are set cinematic mode that you can call by getting the PC reference. There are built-in functions in the player controller class like play, HUD, HUD. To check out context for input. The player controller houses the player HUD and canvas on which you render UI elements like menus, HUD, subtitles, set it to show a UI widget. Boop. Show a UI widget. You need to get the player controller reference. Create a widget blueprint based on the user widget class. Create a widget blueprint based on the user widget class. This confused me. Create a widget blueprint based on the user widget class. Widget blueprint is a special class used to create user interfaces and it's based on the user widget C++ class. Widget blueprints contain all the UI elements and logic to create things like menus, HUDs, etc. User widget classes. The user widget class is the base class for all widget blueprints in Unreal. It contains core functions like ticking, hints, etc. Subclasses like widget blueprints inherit. By creating a widget blueprint that inherits from user widget, you get access to all built-in features need to make a UI. And what is my user widget? Got you. Okay. I did have another question though. Copy. Define features. Initialization. User widget has initialized events like construct and deconstruct. Construct gets called when the widget is created, allowing you to set up any component, variable, static binding, etc. Gives you a place to initialize the widget every time it gets initiated. The tick event allows the widget to update every frame. Useful for animations, updating bound data sources, and pre-frame behavior. Parameters provide the delta time to allow frames. Parameters provide the delta time to allow frame rate independent updates. That is a question. User widget handles with layers, UI elements running on like background versus foreground. Allows control of render layering ways to get the correct overlap of UI components. User widget which handles layers, UI elements, render on like background, foreground, and parenting. Widget includes panel slots with that parent/child system for composing complex interfaces out of simpler widgets. And they was building hierarchy UIs by attaching child's to parent panel slots. Oh, so it's just the base functions like as dragging to make a child. It's like dragging on top to make a child. All this stuff is literally done from the code they have built. So all this stuff can be simplified, but pretty sure ain't nobody about to take out their time to simplify it, make it even more powerful. I'm just only seeing what type of logic is going into it. Got this question. It also, what does the destructor look like? Okay, so great question. Delta time parameter. The tick event and user widget provides a delta time parameter that gives you the time delta between frames. How does time delta mean? A timed delta object. Why do they call it time delta? Great question. The term delta time refers to time difference. The term delta time refers to time difference or delta between current and last frame. It's called delta time because delta refers to a change or difference in a variable. In this case, the change in time. It represents the difference in time between subsequent frames, usually in seconds. For example, frame 1 current time equals 0, frame 2 current time equals 0.016. Delta time equals current time minus last time. Wait a minute. That's blowing my brain right now. Current time and last time. So delta time contains the difference in time between the last rendered frame. Time between the last rendered frame and the current one. You use the Greek letter delta to denote the change in difference in a variable. So delta refers specifically to change in time between frames. The delta concept is not just limited to time either. In math and physics, delta is often used to describe a difference in any variable. Delta x, delta v, but specifically delta time refers to the time step between frames. Man, I love this AI. That's helpful as fuck. So Greek letter delta to denote the change in variable. Can you give me more examples? Explain. Sure. So frame 1 current time is 5 seconds. Last time is 0 seconds. Delta time equals current time minus last time. Frame 2 current time is 7 seconds. Last time 5 seconds from previous frame. Delta time equals current time minus last time, which equals 2 seconds. So all in all, I'm still not getting it. You just, I guess, delta time. Oh, it's just, you're just finding the difference. That's it, the difference. So above in frame 1, delta time is 5 seconds. Then it starts at frame 0, but in frame 2, time updates to the current time from the previous frame. So delta 2 time becomes the difference between the new and old current times. Example 2, say a game is running at 60 FPS. So each frame takes 0.016 seconds to render at that rate. So each frame takes 0.6 seconds to render at that rate. 60 frames per second. It's starting to make sense. So 60 frames per second is, you have 60 frames a second, and each frame takes, well, not half a second, but 0.016 of a second. I guess it kind of makes sense. Wait a minute, I'm max again. Current time 0 seconds. Delta time 0.16 seconds. Frame 2, current time is 16 seconds. Delta time. Wait, what? Okay, so frame 2, you had that. So wait a minute. It's not making sense. Cause, okay, frame 2, if the current time was 16, and the last time 0, current time 0.32 seconds, delta time. So delta time. Current time. It's making sense to y'all, bro, because if 30, if it had been 0.032 seconds, it would have been frame 2. So here in delta time remains each frame that is a constant frame interval 60 frames per second that allows you multiply. It allows you to multiply movement by delta time to get a consistent values per frame, regardless of actual FPS. Not quite. Still confused. Second example. Y frame 2 is still 0.016 if not quite. Still confused on second example. Y frame 2 still 0.016. If you find a difference between these two, it should be 0. I gotta get this, bro. It was a mistake? So you caught my misunderstanding, bro. You're supposed to be right here. AI, you supposed to know it all. The heck? Let me walk through it step by step to clarify. So frame 1, current time is 0 seconds. Last time is 0 seconds. Game just started. Correct. Delta time. Last time 0 seconds. Current time 0.16 seconds. Last time was 0. Subtract, and now you get 0.16 seconds. Frame 3, current time, because you're moving forward. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so you was right, but you're showing your math now. excellent question. You're correct that in real game the death time won't be exactly 0.6. It can be very based on performance. So why add / use delta time at all? Here are some examples of how properly utilize delta time in game logic. Character movement velocity equals 20 units per second. 20 units per second, and update delta position velocity times delta time plus equals delta position. Oh, so delta position equals velocity plus delta time. Character location plus equals delta position plus character location. Delta position is velocity times delta time plus character location. This makes the character move at constant velocity regardless of frame rate. Animation speed equals 180 degrees per second, and update delta rotation equals animation speed plus times delta time plus sprite rotation equals delta rotation. This will rotate the sprite at the same speed even if the FPS drops. Physics simulation and update apply gravity acceleration plus delta time plus integrate velocity. Key idea is that by multiplying any motion or change by delta time, you get a normalized per second rather than a frame dependent values. This results in buttery smooth animations and simulations. Why? Okay, I am still confused. Partially. About can you format this better? And character class velocity equals 20 units per second. I gotta break all this down. What is velocity? The formula of velocity. Velocity is the speed in combination with direction. Speed, direction. So velocity, direction. I know, bro, it's taking me, but I need this understanding so when I properly get in here, I'm not confused on any of the definitions I'm reading, and I'm knowing what it's being used for. Have a velocity. update loop, we get delta time. Difference in time between frames. Update function. Update function, get the time difference between this and last frame. This current frame minus previous frame. Scale velocity to be scale velocity by delta time to get. Okay. Scale velocity. Get the velocity by delta time. Scale velocity by delta time to get distance traveled with this frame. So delta position equals velocity times delta time. Velocity is the speed and direction. Delta time is the frame seconds. Update character location by the per frame rate delta distance. So character location plus delta position. Plus delta position. Location. Oh, so that's all breaking down the character location for the frame rate. Where's my character standing in the scene at this moment on this frame, and that's character location. So it's measuring an object, well, a frame of something. Breaking it down, we have velocity 200 units for the character. In the update loop, we get the delta time. Difference in time between frames. We scale the velocity by delta time to get delta position, how far we move in this frame. We update character location by adding the delta position for smooth motion. Smooth motion, you're absolutely right. By applying delta time ensures high performance, better smooth animations, regardless of still time on slice race to speed per. Data usage, smooth character movement scales, input data. Prevents jumpy movement in between updates. Constant particle effect, scale emission rate and lifetime by delta time. Same intensity of particles. Okay, it's all making sense now. So all this stuff is like behind the scenes to make sure if a frame drops, the code is still calculating your delta time. And it kind of, yeah, it makes sense. So when a frame drops, like you say your PC is falling off and it's still running code, it will still complete the, let me just say, so if my frame drops like bad instant, know I don't need to do all this for a health bar. I know I'm asking really dumb questions, but I just want to make sure my logic is correct. That's a good clarification. High FPS does not necessarily mean high quality graphics. It's necessarily related but distinct. Frames per second. This refers to how many times the screen updates with a new image in each second. Higher frames per second makes motion appear smoother with less choppiness. But high FPS alone does not determine visual quality. Graphics quality determined by resolution, lighting, materials, post-processing, micro texture, details, etc. You can have simple graphics running at high FPS or intensive high fidelity graphics at low FPS. For example, an old school 2D indie game could run at 500 FPS. The graphics are simple, but motion is super smooth. Cutting edge 3D title with ray tracing, high res textures might run at 30 FPS. The cutting edge high texture might run at 30 FPS. The visuals are stunning, but animation is less fluid. The optimal target is high FPS and high quality graphics. They don't always go hand in hand. Smooth motion from high FPS usually impacts playability, but the visual richness comes from advanced rendering features. Interesting. So in summary, good FPS enables smoothness and response, while graphics quality defines the visual. Oh, so hold on. So can I control FPS on my end, or is it from the user? Like their computer can handle it. Can I control FPS on my end, or is it from the user, like their computer can handle it? FPS gain 2 attempts to hit to contain resource usage. Scale back graphic quality. Scale back graphic lower resolution. Fewer objects the same higher FPS. Employing render techniques optimized for FPS, simpler shaders, posters, etc. However, the user computer hardware factors like GPU, CPU drivers determine the actual FPS realized by their specific setup. More powerful gets higher FPS. Issues like thermal throttling that may down the effect. Additionally, as a developer, you would ideally leverage delta time, as discussed before, to maintain if FPS dips. So in summary, it's the developer tries to optimize and design for optimal FPS targets. Actual FPS depends on both the software and the end user's hardware. Gracefully handling FPS dips. Experience robust. Got it. I got it. I have come with understanding. I know it's kind of boring, but
So we have to drag from here and say add to viewport, just like that. And if we compile now and we go ahead and click on play and I maximize the viewport, you can see that I can now see my health bar as well as my text. It is not updating yet because we haven't really written the code yet.
okay.
And search for player controller. You can see this one, get player controller.
That's what we're usually looking it up for.
Now, even though we have created our UI, we have to add it to the viewport. So we have to drag from here and say add to viewport, just like that. And if we compile now and we go ahead and click on play and I maximize the viewport, you can see that I can now see my health bar as well as my text. It is not updating yet because we text UI, we have to add it to the viewport. So we have to drag from here and say add to viewport, just like that. And if we compile now, and we go ahead and click on play and I'm in this time countdown Unreal Engine 5 blueprint tutorial, we are going to create a timer that counts down in minutes and seconds. When the timer reaches under 10 seconds, it will turn red and play a sound effect, as well as when it reaches 0 seconds.
Okay. I'm getting it all, bro, but what is this? Why I have error? Oh, I don't have a class.
In this Unreal Engine 5, however, we don't want that, so 0 functional before we go get into a float, as well as the second one, and let's maximum health is 100, then this would output 0.5. And remember, inside of progress bar, bars, if you click on it again, notice that this percent only goes from 0 to 2, and you can take the current health and divide it. So if you write the divide sign and select this divide operator, we are dividing the current health with the maximum health. So let's say, for example, your current health is 50 and your maximum health is 100, then this would output 0.5. And remember, inside of progress bars, if you click on it again, notice that this percent only goes from 0 to 1. So it doesn't go from 0 to 100. So whatever number you plug into here, you have to make sure that it is between 0 or 1, because if it's larger than 1, it will always be full, and you will wonder why your health bar is not working. So always, this number always has to be between 0 to 1. So your current health divided by the maximum health, it will give you a percentage between 0 and 1, and you can drag this and plug it into here. So again, if your current health is 50 and your maximum health is 100, 50 divided by 100 is 0.5. So it will be correct here for the progress bar. It will display 0.5 just like that. Now this is connected. You can go ahead and organize this a little bit. And now for the text, if we go over to this text here, we have to update this as well. You can see I don't have a variable for it, and this is because you have to click on the text first, and then you have to click on is variable. And let's compile. And when you do that, inside of the graph, you can now see we have the variable here. And you can drag it into the graph, and you can drag from here and say set text. This is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to set the text for this widget. And what we want to set it to is, I just want to set it to what my current health currently is. So I'm going to drag this current health, and I'm going to plug it into this text variable. And then Unreal Engine is going to tell you, I'm going to convert this float variable into a text variable in order for it to work. So it's going to convert it for you. And you can double click these pins if you want to organize it a bit more and make reroute nodes. And here we have it. So we're setting the percent for the health bar, and we're also setting the health text to the current health. So let's go ahead and click on compile, save everything. Let's close it down. And now let's go over to the character, the player. Now inside of this third person template, it is, if you go in the third person and click on the blueprint, and here is our third person character. So before we do anything, let's add the main UI that we created here in the UI. Let's add it to the screen first. Let's find the begin play event here. So you can find it for your own project. If you don't have one in your own project, you can right click and search for begin play, and you can go ahead and make it. Now just notice that you can only have one begin play event in your blueprint. So if you have it already here, as you can see, I can just continue my code over here. So let's drag from here and say create widget, and select this one called create widget. Now let's go ahead and select our WB main that we just created. And for the owning player, you can see if I hold the mouse over it, it wants a player controller reference. So if I drag from here and search for player controller, you can see this one, get player controller. Now, even though we have created our UI, we have to add it to the viewport. So we have to drag from here and say add to viewport, just like that. And if we compile now and we go ahead and click on play, and I maximize the viewport, you can see that I can now see my health bar as well as my text. It is not updating yet because we haven't really written the code yet, but it is now displaying to the screen. All right, so the thing that's going to do the damage here inside of our level, if we go inside of here, I click F11 again to minimize my viewport, and I click up here, go to volumes, and you can see this one called a pain causing volume. So this will do damage to our character, and you can see it is created here. I can just drag it and place it somewhere in my level, and I'll just drag it and place it here beside this box so I know where it is. And you can also select how much damage it should do per second. I'm just going to say do, for example, 25 damage per second. So now if I go back to my player, now I can use an event called any damage. So if you just go down here anywhere here in the graph, you can right click and search for any damage and select this event called any damage. So this event is fired whenever your player is being damaged by something. And in this case, we are being damaged by this box when we walk into it. So this any damage event will fire. So we can now use this damage that we receive. And remember, we are currently receiving 25 damage per second. So to use this damage here, let's first create two variables. Let's create the current health and the max health. So clicking on the plus up here, let's call this one current health and select it as a
I better sit down, bro. I'm gonna get a little break.